Boom, 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 boom. We're back.
We are.
We are. As you can see, there are no live pictures on the table. We just had a bit of an outage. The guys have worked it out. They got it back, and in 24 minutes and 21 seconds, right up there, we'll be back with live pictures. So yes, we're back. Sorry, Stephen. We know we should have started 50 minutes ago, but there was an outage. Nothing we can do about it. Hate technology sometimes. We love it other times. But this time, we hate it. But we have live pictures, and we are now back for the GUKPT. It's level number 5 of the day live.
Yeah.
If you want to check the exact number of runners, the number 147 when they started level number 5. If you click on it now, on the event, it says there's 149 that have bought into the main. Chris D'Souza bought in at the break. Kelly Saxby turned up.
Yeah,
Ali
I
Zini
see
turned up.
Kelly and Ali. I just said hello to them on
they
the
all
break.
turned up. There are, I think, 3 cash games running now. No, two cash games running now. Both 1-2s. If you want to come and play some cash. Other than that, we are now back live. So you got us ugly mugs until we get the live pictures. So fire away with the questions. Apologies about the pictures, but it happens in life where something goes wrong, but they fix it, and that's what these have just gone dies. So Rebecca's just been so confused for an hour to where the stream has been. Yes, we unfortunately had a outage. It did something in the stream. The guys have worked on it. We're back.
Good to go.
And the gruesome twosome are now back answering your questions for the next 22 minutes and 48 seconds. This is a GUKPT. It is not Goliath, even though we're in Coventry. Goliath will be back next year, and there is an announcement tomorrow.
What about the Goliath?
Yes, I've been told there's an announcement tomorrow.
That's a great question, Shane. I like that. When are we ever going to get a Towers treble up?
This Saturday. This Saturday, there's loads of football in League 1 and League 2. Don't worry about it. There'll be a treble coming up on Saturday morning. Don't worry about that.
Can't wait.
What do you know about League 1 and League 2 football?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. So the third place money from the mini main is safe.
Yeah, it is this week. Imagine it, having a lot on the parlay onto the treble.
The parlay to the treble. It'll be a 6-1 treble. Easily coming up this weekend. It'll be a 6-1 treble. Yeah. So it is what it is. But yes, fire away with the questions, please. If you are on Twitch, if you are on YouTube, please fire away because we are back. We are live. We are in Coventry for the first time over GUKPT since 2012 when Martin Frey won it. And unbelievably, Martin Frey was the first person out today.
Yeah, that's mad how that happens, how that works.
How unbelievably insane is that? The last event of here in Coventry for a GUKPT, Martin Frey won it. First person out, 2021, Martin Frey. Just couldn't write it. You just literally could not write it. But we are back.
Yeah. Give you time to talk you through some of the stuff we got going on this weekend online on the client.
What have we got, young man? What's coming up?
On Sunday, we have our 50k GUKPT closer. 50k guarantee on that, and last time when we was in Manchester there was quite a big overlay on that one, so look out for that one, guys. We have a live stream free roll as well. Password for that we're giving out on Sunday, £250 free roll there, and online satellites running every day for GUKPT's Goliath as well. Mini mains, check it all out on the client, everything's going on there, and as well we have a 60k monthly rake race as well for you cash game grinders on the client this month.
Like it. Like it, yeah. That 50k we was watching that, weren't we, on the on the Sunday?
Yeah.
And then it's now Monday at 7. So the close is now on Monday. If you do play it, good luck. And some plenty of events going on. We've also got the 30-30s coming up next week. We're in London, in Birmingham, Newcastle, and Bury New Road in Manchester. So if you want to play a 30-30. Then that's where they are. There's 4 separate weekends left of the 30-30. End of September, beginning of October, they're in Reading, Leicester and Blackpool. And then we have the event. So back for part 2 of an hour with the tower with the legend. What have I done? What have I done here, Combs? I've done it all. What have I done, dear Pat?
This one. Let me do it.
Press the buttons.
Oh.
Press the buttons. I thought we'd set it up that the 30-30s were there just to be pressed and it was on.
It's gone. Disappeared. The 30-30s are this one, I believe.
The major system failure.
The major system failure did it. It took everything away.
It took my attention.
Shame McGrady. I tell you what, this guy knows his stuff, doesn't he? He knows his stuff. He gets a lot of plaudits whenever he does his things. And all the good players playing poker say, please stop telling them how to play poker. Stop giving the insight on how to be playing good poker. But no, thanks. You do get some good. You do get some really good comments, don't you? It's
nice. But just there to help. Just give me opinion on it. Everyone's going to have different opinions on different hands, but
yeah. But no, it is one of those. So we're back. We're live in 18 minutes and 25 seconds. The pictures will be from the feature table. Do we have the names of the feature table?
We don't.
Or will it have changed? Or
no, it wouldn't have. We're going to be, when we come in, we're going to be level 6 of the day. By the time we get back, we're probably going to have about 45 minutes left on the clock before we do head out on the break. So we'll have 45 minutes of the featured. I know Terry Jordan's on it.
Is he?
And I know he's got 150k.
Oh, okay.
So
some unhappy souls around the building.
Terry Jordan doing Terry Jordan things. There was a hand early on. I was speaking to Ewan on one of my breaks, London winner, and got it in with 9-7 on Jack 9 3 deuce, and Ewan had aces. And Terry found a 9 on the river. Went, see you later, Ewan. Off to the cash desk, and he was destroying the table. I heard. There's a hand where he got it in for about 200 on pigs or something, pre of ace-7 off, flop come ace-7-3, knocked out 2 players, see you later. So he's just been on a rampage, Mr. Jordan, on his 3rd bullet of the day, which is his final bullet. So
all right, of course.
Yeah, if he does bust again.
Yeah, only allowed 2 re-entries per level. So 7 o'clock in 20 minutes' time, there's a satellite live in the club. We'll keep you updated on how many numbers. That's 5 seats guaranteed, £80 in. Unlimited re-entries, so there's plenty of ways you can get in to the event. Tomorrow there is the main event and the turbo, so there's no side event. Not very many in on the for the first side event. There won't be a satellite on Friday because the turbo takes place, and it normally gets 100 runners.
Yeah.
So
we did in Manchester. It was the
card room.
It
was literally one out, one in for hours. It was incredible. And then there's the bounty on the Saturday, and then Sunday it's the seniors and the last call, I think it's called, the last event, £200, plus everything else that's going on online as well. So we'll get you an updated National Poker League as well as soon as Tom sends it over for us. Plenty going on. All the satellites for GUKPT Leeds running every night for the £250 mini, £750 main event on Sunday. There's a £1,500 package as well on the Sunday. Do you play these?
No. I don't.
No.
No.
Not very often. You're normally playing cash games and stuff like that.
Yeah, but not much time for online streets these days.
No. But there's plenty going on about the online client. And if we get the updated table for the MPL, then we'll give you that as well.
On the client as well, day 3, we're going to be doing it every GUKPT main this year. There is a book running, so if you have a player that does make day 3, you can have a little bet, a little sweat on the live stream.
Who won on Trig last week? Last 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago.
Was you on Trig?
No, but Kev was.
Oh, Kev was, yeah.
Kev's got £4.50. Were you 11 to 2, 9 to 2? Well, 4 to 1.
I think he was 11 to 2.
Was
11 to 2, yeah. 5.5 to 1.
Kev, you've got £5.50. Well done, Kev. Your pound went on Trig, and it won. You've got £5.50 to put on the next one on Sunday, for the final day with the Grosvenor Sport client. Have a book. All the names get sent overnight. It goes on names, chip counts, and relevant information regarding the players. And the book is set, and then people can have a punt on their favourite player.
Who do we know who it is that does the prices?
No,
I
have no idea. Because if they did, would Terry Jordan been 4-1 favourite?
Yeah.
Or should he have been 16s?
Would have made like it's that's the thing.
Just saying. I know he had all the chips.
Like that's the thing. You've got
But it's Terry Jordan.
the unaccounted variables like that. It's someone can have all the chips. You can put it into an algorithm that spits out the right odds for chip counts and chips in play, but then they don't know who the players are. So there is actually you probably gain a little bit of an edge on there if you knew the players well enough and put the right bets on.
Yeah. So if Kev is watching, you have £5.50 of English poundage to bet on whoever you fancy on Sunday. The book is open 8 till 12, so we start at midday. The book closes, I think, around about 5 to 12. So there's plenty of time, and we'll give plenty of notice to get your bets on for day 3. But we are chatting away because we had an outage. We came back from the break.
Yeah.
They watered and fed the players. And we walked back, ready to sit down, and there was an outage. So not a lot we can do about it. Not a lot the guys could have done about it. Unforeseen, and it just happened. So that was the thing. As you can see in the top corner, top right-hand corner, 13 minutes and 10 seconds until we start again with level number 5 of the day. Oh, look
what we
at
got
this!
here. This is nice.
Have a day off, man.
Yeah. So
That is the exact updated NPL.
I didn't realise you and Ben were the two
Look
at the
at
top.
them two. You see him every event now, don't you?
Yeah.
Them
I went for lunch with him earlier. I didn't realise. I knew Ewan was at the top. I didn't realise Ben was up there as well.
That is a table. You got Ewan McNicholas who won London. You got Ben T, who was smashing online in the first 6 to 9 months of lockdown. Chris Johnson final tabled London as well. He's also final tabled Your Mini, the UK in 30.
Yeah.
Guy Taylor just catches all the time. Andy Backspand, who's recovering from COVID. He's going to be playing tomorrow because he's on his 3rd day of all clear.
Joe, this is really nice to see, Tao, seeing some usernames next to the names.
Oh, you'll be right. You'll be screenshotting it now, won't you? Everybody will be screenshotting
you see
it.
results, and I see names that are up there sometimes, and it's nice to actually put the online aliases to the names of the
Everybody
players.
will be screenshotting all the thing. You fold, I win. Will McMurray, Mr. Angry himself, he's 8th. There's some good names in there. Jack Oliver, who final tabled. Paul McTaggart. There's some good numbers. That is an updated version of the NPL, and that is as good as it gets. Look at that: 661, 647, and 610. The top 5, the top 3, you'd think have a good chance. Definitely the top 2.
Yeah.
The top 2 would be very, very unlucky not to get into the top 5 by the end of the year. But Riggy's only 4 points away from a guaranteed package. Honestly, it is close up there. We have plenty going on there for you to check out. Danny Ryder, who started playing a little bit more, even though he's doing some acting. Bousey, trader number 1. Here's another one that's final tabled. Did you knock him out?
Yeah, I knocked Bousey out. He shoved. I just had kings, as you do in the big blind. I think it was cool. I think he had ace jack and just held. Just one of those.
David Crane, 26th, who recently got married.
He's always there though, Bousey. I said that to him. I said, if I ever need to get hold of you, Bousey, I'll just rock up to a day 2 of a poker tournament. I'm sure you'll be there. He's just always in the mix.
Somewhere.
Always in the mix.
Gary Whitehead, another one that's playing more and more events in his hometown for the next leg as well in Leeds. Gary Whitehead. He'll be playing the GUKPT Leeds, as a lot of people will be. What's going on with the poker? We had an outage. We had a camera outage, and in 10 minutes' time, right up there, 10 minutes and 3 seconds, we will be on live pictures again. So RG, watching on YouTube, in 10 minutes' time, when the clock strikes 0, the live pictures will start. So yeah, it's as soon as we get back. Then yes, but that's a good thing to see. That's a good thing to see, the updated version of the National Poker League. Thanks to Tom for sending that over. And there's plenty of action online as well. this coming month, and especially the closer on Monday, £110 in, 50,000 guarantee, and it starts at 7 o'clock on Monday evening. Plenty going on.
I'll tell you what, Sal, I better go get the list for the feature table.
That's a good shout.
As we're back in 9 minutes.
Good
And,
shout.
I'll be back.
How many bullets before the turbo bronze medal spin? He's not playing the turbo. He's not playing the main event at all in GUKPTs this year, because he comes here to analyse you guys, and we have the we have the pleasure to sit down and listening to him, giving us insight into how these poker players think. That was quick.
Yeah.
What have we got?
Well, this was an hour and a half ago when the table started. So when the feature comes up, some of the players that I mentioned may not be on the table.
Yeah.
But one's going to be Mitch Johnson, 2 Tan Lee, 3 Tom Bacon, 4 Dan Gormley.
Tom Baker?
Bacon.
Oh, Bacon.
Bacon.
Well, I mean, Doctor Who was in the building.
5 Joe Newby, 6 Adam Green, 7 Terry Jordan, 8 Jash Mehta, and in 9 is Jason Shellham.
Is Jash Vic's brother?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I don't think Vic has a brother that plays poker. I'm sure I would have seen him around, but he might do. I could be wrong.
Just getting the old grapes out the wrapper. So, next 7 minutes, fire away your questions. This guy will answer them.
Yeah, 2, Nick. I had a really couple of brutal ones actually. On the, was it Monday? Monday? Yeah, Monday. On the Monday, the first bullet was quite a funny one. I was a shoved turn with middle pair, and I just felt like I was good. And mate, he goes, "Oh, there's a bit too much in there now. I've only got a gut shot." I called 6 on the river, went to the cash desk. Next one, lost Ace Queen versus Jacks in a flip, and then managed to run it up. Nearly was out the door though again after getting 3 out on the river. And
Yep.
I'm glad I did now. Wouldn't have spun it up otherwise. You never know. All these things that happen in a poker tournament. Strange how it happens.
Good to see Kelly Saxby and
Yeah,
Ali
it was
Zini
great
driving up
to see
from
'em.
London. With Trish D'Souza in the back. But we are just about
Yeah,
set.
nearly there, guys.
We're nearly there. Back to the poker.
And
very, very soon.
hopefully, I won't have no more problems this weekend. Get them out of the way, day 1A, and then the rest of the weekend's just
Sail on by.
yeah, hopefully.
And it's like, oh, you get time to do notes. Well, we wouldn't rather be doing anything
Yeah.
else. But talking about what we see at the tables, it's just an unfortunate thing that happens every now and again. It happens live on telly. It happens to the world's best. They tried doing it at the Sports Personality of the Year with the live stream. The live stream failed, and they didn't get the winner. No, it just happens. You know? Chase, Twitch. We had an outage. We had a camera outage, and it just killed the stream. So now we're waiting until the clock strikes 0 in the top right hand corner, 5 minutes and 40 seconds, and then we are back to the action.
Tower fancied a long lunch.
Back soon. Yep, we are down to the final 5 minutes and counting until we start again with the feature. Shame that we missed a lot of action that Terry Jordan would have been involved in.
It's a good table actually.
145,000 Terry
Yeah.
Jordan at the start of this session.
Was chip leader by double, I think. The closest to him was Martin Frey with around 75k at the last break, and Terry had double that.
Yep. Jay Marlowe, any plans for Vegas this year, Jay?
Not this year because it falls bang in the series when we have a few stints of Coventry, but I was pretty gutted not to be able to get out in 2019 because of the pandemic. But
Yeah, that was your plan, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it happens, and hopefully next year. Oh yeah.
He said he was going to play the World Series main event, and then the world stopped.
Yeah, that was it.
He
That was
wouldn't
it.
have known what to do when Jay walked into Coventry GUKPT with the bracelet on.
Imagine. That's the dream. That is the dream. Obviously, it's a big one, but next year, I think Jim be heading out next year at some point if everything's all clear in the world and it starts
Yeah.
all getting back to normal.
Did Paul Green get knocked out? Paul Green did not get knocked out. They moved tables. So our new table very shortly has got different players in it. Paul Green, who won GUKPT Edinburgh.
Chase
17.
Chase Twitch must have been our featured. He said my epic punt wasn't shown. Good stuff. Who are you, Chase? That's meant to be on the featured table out of interest.
Hey, Dennis. Dennis Shaw. Hi guys, Dennis Shaw here. I was away when the Manchester leg was on. I went to replay it on YouTube. The day 2 stream finished 45 minutes before the end. Did it really? I missed the bust out last 5 bust outs. Gutted. We don't know why. We just automatically think that it's already updated and off it goes. So we don't actually know why. We don't actually know why it didn't upload the full session. We can always ask the question. Can we get Paul Zimble back? Well, we missed the Zimble. The Zimble stood in when this lad was a little bit poorly. Hope Paul's well. Had a bit of bad news regarding family matters. But Paul, love you to bits, pal. I hope things are getting better. It was good to have Paul for leg 1 in London. Jay's now back. And we are back live in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Oh, that must have been Terry. Or Albert.
Nearly there. Nearly.
Yes, Dennis, we don't know why the YouTube just didn't upload the last 45 minutes. And I don't think it's anything that the guys would have done because by that time everything's closed down and we just automatically think it just updates, don't we? No spoilers as it's not been shown. The Chase Twitch. So we're getting quite excited. We're under 2 minutes.
I'm interested to see how many Terry's got in the last hour and 15, if he's ran up even more or if he's got a bit of a short stack now or around the same. What do you reckon, guys? Terry come in with 144k when we go live. Overs or unders? Overs or unders?
I'm going unders. What are you doing?
I'm going to have the overs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going with Aaron.
Okay. Well, time will tell. In a minute and 13 seconds, you'll know if we get the sound back, and you'll know if we don't get any auto replays or anything like that. So, the Urban Goose should be dealing the feature table. Alas, illness has taken me. I'll get well soon. And we'll see you at the tables very, very soon, I am sure. Leeds in 3 weeks' time. 3 weeks. 3 weeks today. We will be on day 1A of Leeds. They come round ever so quick.
Yeah, they do. They're going to this year. We've got
Yeah,
what, eight, 9 legs in 6 months?
And the numbers have shown that players want to play. Players want to play poker. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're putting the GKPTs on. You lot are turning up. And they're being very successful.
Yeah, numbers are incredible. And they just keep getting more and more. We had that mini in Manchester. I thought we'd never get another mini main like that. And then come here and it's surpassed that. But we're going to head back now, guys. Hopefully the countdown clock's going to send us straight over to the featured table. There we are. And we'll get our faces off the screen for you. And hopefully we are back and ready to go. So first hand back is good timing as well, because Tan with aces makes it 900. Terry now down to 107k, so 40k smaller stack than what he had previously. But he's in with a Jack 6 on the button. And I should mention as well, guys, you probably noticed the camera's not panning to players at the moment. We've just got 2 cameras running at the moment because of the technical issues that we've faced earlier. So just have to bear with us for today. We will hopefully tomorrow have it all back up and running. As Terry's going to lose some chips in this pot, as he's flopped top pair. So Jason overcalling here with the 6s. Does turn straight and flush draw. Checks through. And the 8 on the river. So once this checks through here on the turn, Tan like to see him come in for some value here. Try and target some Jack X type holdings somewhere just over the half pot remit, like 6k. That sort of size. Try and get heroed by a Jack. Terry can have a 5 in this spot that he may hero you with as well. Better 2.5. He's gone fairly small, very, very small, and Terry snaps him off with a Jack, and Jason gets out of the way. And Tan with the boots gets it done. So Terry rubbing off on the players at the table, back-to-back aces. This time for Jash, and after Terry's 3-bet to 3k, he's not folding. Ace-8 against aces, and we're going to have an all-in. And Jash well on his way to a double-up. 91% equity pre-flop, that is huge.
So it was less than 144.
Yep. What were we doing it for, a pint?
No, well, you fetched the tea,
Yeah.
so I can't even say a cup of tea. Does Terry get lucky, or does Jash get a proper double up? Oh, it's never easy,
it's
ladies
not.
and gentlemen.
In your head, you see it, you just don't want to see spades on the flop in this scenario. But still, big favourite.
Terry says it's coming the Queen of Spades.
Ooh, it's an offsuit 5, and the aces will double up. I had a little bit of a sweat on there, as
What
Tal
a
said,
sweat.
never easy. And Jash gets the double.
Terry's still chip leader, but has lost 55,000 chips since the break. But he's still chip leader on the table. So TJ 91,000 and still chip leader on the table. Are you straddling this, Andy says? So it's good to be back with the live pictures. Sorry about the interruption with the stream. It was an outage that nobody could foresee.
Must have missed some Decent hands, Tower. Dan Gormley came in with 40k. He's up to 90 now. Obviously, Terry's lost 50.
Yeah.
And Terry with the Jack 6. Tom, okay, so guys, you've seen the last two hands raised to 1k under the gun, and I said they're both a bit loose and Terry's running off. But what I think's going on, Terry's getting players to straddle, although it's not a live straddle as it's tournament poker, but he's managed to get a couple of players at the table putting blind raises under the gun, and that's why you see the holding that Tom has in this particular spot. And Terry getting the table going. As Tan takes that one with a 9-3.
We've asked for a room full of chip counts that PK is going to be working on. Obviously, they're working on getting the live stream back with the pictures. So we will keep you updated with the chip counts when we can. And we'll let you know exactly what the chip leader has around the room very soon.
Yeah.
But PK and Boothie were working on the cameras.
Yeah, what we'll do for you guys, we're going to be on our break in just over half hour time. So when we go on that break, when we come back, we'll get some chip counts in for everyone and stacks, and we'll get them shown across the screen for you. But I think PK still dealing with some of the technical difficulties we've had so far. But Terry, free betting the 9-5 here. This time it's Danny's turn to come along playing the old straddle game. As all in from Josh over the free bet. And Terry, we've seen him do some mad things, but not this mad, surely. I don't think he's going to be putting anything in here at all. Love it. Love it. 50 bigs, all in pre, 9-5 off. Let's go. No, the blind straddle can't raise ship it, baby. It's a tournament. It's not live, but they're just doing it. Terry's got in everyone's heads, got everyone raising 1k, blind under the gun, and off we go. Oh, he's got the 5 of hearts. He's got the 5 of hearts. Can find a heart on the turn or the river to bust the kings. And there's the 3 of diamonds. No help there. All hearts still live in the deck. Oh, it's a 10 of clubs. It's never easy, is it? And Terry doubles up another player. And Josh just gone from real short stack at the table to back up over 100 big blinds. 42k for him. And Terry down to 70k now. But wow. Definitely entertaining for us. But the 9-5. Nearly cracking the kings.
It's so fucking quiet. You guys need some noise. Hi, sweetheart. Nice to see you. What a year. We got a costume in a
So table follows suit. Raise 1k under the gun. The whole table's having a round of straddles, and Terry's got a legitimate hand this time, and he's done the same thing he's done the last two hands, 3-bet to 3k, but this time with the kings. And if we're Tan here, after seeing him 3-bet the 9-5, and I think it was Jack 6 previously, I would have come in with a cold 4 with the ace 10 here as Tan, but Tan, don't know if he sniffed something out, but just flats the 3-bet from Terry. And his heads up to the flop. Won't want this coming 10 high, otherwise Tan could potentially do a lot of chips. But ace high flop, as the ace magnets, as they're called. The kings, always an ace, as Tower says, whenever you got kings.
Happens all the time. All of the time. 100% today. We'll answer that in a minute, Jim.
So after being checked to 3 times here, you expect Terry to bet his ace king, ace queen, plus on the flop. So I like Tan coming in for the 3rd street here. He's gone tiny as well, 3k, giving Terry what's over 9 to 1 in the call, and still got out of the way with the kings. Terry weren't paying that one off, but back down to 58k, bleeding chips pretty quickly. But yeah, no, Jim, basically, if someone like Terry's at the table and you've all agreed to put in a straddle or do a round of straddle, you're just playing like a 3 blind structure, really. Yeah. And like here, it's 200, 500, 1,000. And if Terry wants to do it and everyone else is doing it, and just get involved, I guess, but it's got to be agreed with the whole table. That's the only thing.
He has just announced super straddle.
Oh, has he? Has he really?
So I don't know what that even means.
I think he's going to be going 2k.
All his chips are in play.
Oh yeah, there we are. There's a super straddle. 3 bet to 2k. Can we keep this table, please? We're playing a GUKPT main event, and Terry has somehow got the table to play basically a 3 blind structure where the last blind isn't live. And Tan says, you know what? Let's make it 4k.
And Terry's definitely not folding with the ace 5.
Oh, what a table this is. This is like the, there's Terry, I'm all in. The old 5 bet rip with the ace 5 off for over 100 big blinds. That's how he does it. And straight back up to 65.
So the super straddler, Mr. Terry Jordan, picks up under the gun ace queen.
He's on the straddle again, Tal, so ace queen on the straddle's not bad, even if it's not live. And this is going to be trouble because Mitch, with the jacks, this will be getting all in pre. I know we're playing 500 big blind, but because everyone's playing basically...
This will end up running, right?
Yeah, always. This Terry with ace queen, he's going to shove,
yep.
And Mitch will call, and off they go to the races. Oh, Adam, with ace 10 here. Just lets it go, and there we go. Terry's all in. Mitch will check. He's got jacks. I call, and off we go. And Mitch will wait to see ace queen. He'll think, how am I flipping here? I've got jacks. How am I flipping?
Why have we not got 9-5 offices? Oh man!
Last good bit of entertainment.
Why have you not got 9-5 off? We've seen ace 10 pass. Flop time.
Button's good.
Oh, the queen hits. Oh, the ace queen hits.
Doesn't change anything though.
No.
2 pairs. Still need to fade a jack.
And the jack of hearts has been folded, so it's down now to the jack of spades, and the jack of spades only. Or Terry gets his man.
And we're going to lose Mitch Johnson. Another casualty of Terry Jordan.
Oh man.
Bright smile on Mitch's face. Takes it in good spirit. Always good to see. But what a fun table this is.
Why have you not got 9-5 off?
Raise 1.6. Four diamonds exposed.
Oh, there's my ass. I should not block her.
Button's good. Blinds and Nancy, please. minutes left, Dave. Yeah, all right.
So poor old Mitch. What do you do?
Nothing. Get it in. That's what you do, Tower. And
Because if there is a table straddler in a tournament, you've obviously got an edge.
well, the thing is, what's happened here? Terry's somehow managed to talk the whole table into doing it. So that's obviously it's terrible in a tournament if you're the only player.
Yeah.
Like putting in double the big blind under the gun. It's really bad. But if somehow you've managed to talk the whole table into doing it, then it's just basically playing a 3-blind structure where the last blind isn't live, and everyone's got to put the same amount of chips in the orbit.
1.8.
Good off now, what's the point?
Off we go again. 4-way to the flop. There's 9.4k in the middle. It's like
It's like a £5 rebound.
the best hand's King 9 Tower.
Surprised they want to take us off.
And the 9 hits.
Well, Queen 9's
Queen
gonna.
9, King 9 hits a bit of it. Gut shot for Tan. Teddy's got none of it.
1.8.
Me and my friend.
So you guys know it'll probably be a 20-minute break.
So they expect Danny when checked in here. Well, Tan's actually come in for a bet here. Don't mind this from Tan. We've got equity to a straight and backdoor hearts. And it's been checked to us from 2 players. But Danny here with Queen 9 of spades. Obviously not going to be going anywhere. It's down to him where he wants to choose to raise now or if it's just flat in position. But he's opted to raise, makes it 6.1. And action back on Tan, who I expect to get out of the way, being out of position. Although with the size that Tan actually continued here, we are getting a very nice price saying that, and for that reason I guess that's why Tan's peeling here, as well as the backdoor hearts, but double gutter now on this 6 turn.
Been told it's break.
Knocks out a few with the flush draw as well.
And if we're Danny here, we want to pick a size to be able to comfortably jam river and make it very hard for Queen X to fold. Queen X isn't going to fold to our turn bet you don't expect. So choose a size which keeps the Queen X in and potentially can get a call from some Queen X on rivers. He's never checking this one back, I don't think, Danny, especially after turning the flush draw as well. We want to build the pot and try and get potentially all of Tan's chips by the river.
We're going to be moving them anyway, so
We can see just can't continue.
Danny only turning it on. 101,000. Do you know Danny?
Yeah, well, I didn't know of him until this week. Well, I knew of him, but I'd never really spoke to him, and he was on my table most of day 2. It was the start of day 2, and just got chatting with him. Really nice guy, and seems like he plays very well. Actually, I am a point for that third place finish because spin up and stuff like that. But there was a hand, probably 3 or 4 hours into day 2, maybe a bit less actually, where ended up getting it in with 9s against queens, and Danny had the queens, and the dealers found the saviour 9 on the river for me. Otherwise, I would have been off to the bar. So you do need to look at stuff like that in poker tournaments as well. Did find a 2 out as a saver tournament live on the river. Definitely owe him a beer for that. So Jason, he's still been talked into these straddles, even though effectively in this 1k structure he's only got 13 bigs, but he's in. He's not fussed. He's come to play. And Joe pocket 5s here, makes it 2.5, and Adam Queen 10 of hearts is in. Terry's in with the Queen tray, and Jash with 9-8 here in the big blind would usually defend this hand, but with the he's going to call anyway. I was about to say with Jason being the effective big blind now because they're all putting in the blind raise under the gun. May elect to fold the 9-8, but Josh is in, Jason's in, and what? King, Queen, Jack, 2 diamonds.
No, the pair for Adam, top pair, redraw for Jason.
Yeah, we're Adam. I want to sim check this one back.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Boom, there it is.
And, got an absolute lock on this one, unless it's going to be a 10 rolling off on the river.
And a 5-way chop.
Yeah, imagine. Terry's coming in for a bet here with his Queen 3, and if we're Adam here, just want to be calling. You expect Terry to 3-bet like Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, a lot.
Wow. how to get rid of your customer.
Yeah,
In one fell swoop.
it's really strange. If you really think about that, Terry, he flatted pre, like, because of what's on the board, there's ace, king, queen, jack. If he's got like a 2-pair hand there, it's very difficult for Terry to have maybe like queen, jack off, king, jack off. But other than that, there's not actually many 2 pairs. He can't have sets, he would have raised them pre. So if we're Adam there, Terry's just usually either got a 10 or not much at all. So you just want to flat in position and hope that Terry has another stab on the river. But Adam maybe just didn't want to see a river, didn't want the board to pair or a diamond to come, and wanted to take the pot down there.
Main event satellite has started with 58 runners. So the guarantee has already been hit, and there's plenty of time to get in. 9:15 the cut-off for the satellite. So we're expecting 10 seats plus by the time that finishes. Keep you updated on the score with the satellite, but 5 seats guaranteed. There's already got 6 seats in it at this moment in time. And in the main event, 159 runners. There will be a lot of chip counts coming at the break. PK has already told us that. We're going to be an all in and a call, and hopefully we're going to chop it.
I'm pretty sure about 7 diamonds have gone into the muck here, so I'd like to see it be a chop.
If Joe knows how Teddy plays, he should be all in already.
Yeah. Like Terry can do this with ace queen. That's the thing. Like not many players will do. Like hardly anyone with ace queen in this spot just rip this much. But Terry can have ace queen here. Can even probably have ace jack suited, king queen suited, those type of hands. And we have him in dominated spots sometimes, but eventually does find the call.
Eventually finds a call. C3 says unlucky pal. This means you'll be expecting 4 spades to go and roll out.
Well, there's 2 tower.
Oh. Here we go.
I hope you haven't talked this well in.
Oh man. Please don't put the 6 of spades out.
There's 3 tower.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's not the jack of spades on the river, is it?
Always a sweat against Terry. Oh, that's a jack of clubs. Right card, right colour. Oh. I'll let Joe's heart rate increase a little bit on that turn. Tiny little bit.
Just wow.
The 20 minutes just over left on the clock, and we will head out on a 15-minute break. There will be a new feature table when we return. So Tom continuing the round of straddles, and Danny going to take advantage of that. Going to come in for what technically is an open. It says 3-bet, but with these players putting in blind raises under the gun.
Yep, that's your box.
And Terry's in with the old Montana banana
Oi, oi.
in the cut-off, the old 9 deuce.
And then a 3-way all in, just put them
Tom's got a really nice hand here after raising blind under the gun. King Jack suited.
then you just have to get creative. Which is very unlikely.
Tom will make the call. 3-way action to this flop.
8 queens, 4, 2 spades. Nice flop for Tom.
Yeah, lovely flop for Tom. Overcard, flush draw. Danny continuing for 3.5. And if Tom calls here, we're going to have probably about 1.1 SPR, so may just choose to shove this in now. Definitely get better hands than ours to fold, and when we are called, do have heaps of equity. King and the Jack in our hand, blocks on the Queen X combos that Danny's going to open, the King Queen and Jack Queen less likely. So in on Tom here. I might be ripping this one in tower.
If you need to do anything, I'll be in your ear.
We'll soon see what's going to happen. He's obviously in the tank now. He's never folding. He can just call. And he does just choose to call. So just over pot size bet now. As this 8 of diamonds rolls out on the turn. And if I'm Danny here, probably going to check this one back. Queen X isn't folding, 8X definitely part of Tom's range as he was the blind raiser and closing the action. And then obviously spade draws, maybe some like 9-10 suited, 6-5 suited with diamonds are in there as well. But Danny has checked behind and it's an 8 on the river. So hard for us to bluff here as Tom. Danny will have some Queen X that check back turn, as well as maybe aces and kings in there that check back turn as well. And we've got spades in our hand, and spades are what we want Danny to have in this situation. It's going to work if Tom does come in for a bet here, but I just think from a long-term perspective, this is a spot where probably better to just check and give up rather than bet. Still got 16k behind, which is plenty at this stage of the tournament. But Tom has come in for the bluff, and Danny gets out of the way. But well timed there then. Took the pot down. I guess we've got that element as Danny as well that we actually, I know it says we're under the gun, but we're technically the big blind because they're raising under the gun, and it's created that dynamic, so we can have a lot more hands in there. Obviously a lot more 8x. But just well timed, gets it through.
Starting stack was 20,000. We're on level 6 of the day. Follow us on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube and on Twitch. 2-4, big blind ante of 400. So if you jump in now with a re-entry or a late reg, you'll have 50 bigs. Plenty.
Over there. Alright, kid. Hello. How are you?
So I think the struggles are done, Tower, because that was an open from Danny. It weren't a blind raise. So maybe they've all put a halt to it now. I think we had about an orbit and a half of raise of 1,000 under the gun from every player. Everyone got involved, but now you take the ace-10 deuce flop, and Danny, as always, speak about incorporating some checks into his range for a bit of deception. I like it. It's a very good candidate to check back when we flop top pair. It's one of the lower kicker aces as well as backdoor flush draw with it. Tom now coming in for a better 2k. Danny's just going to call, and Terry, who has turned 2 pair, potentially could win a big pot here. Makes it 7k. Tom with Danny behind him may be a bit wary, but Danny definitely not going to be going anywhere.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, well, just take it as there. That's probably the best thing we've got anyway.
But if we're Tom here, we've got to think about hands. You don't expect like Danny to kill like a Jack 10, Queen 10 type hand once Tom bets into the whole field with 2 players behind him. I think he may just pass that. So do need to be thinking about hands that Danny can have in this situation from Tom's perspective, but does choose to call, and that's going to give Danny a 4-1 price on hitting a club ace or 7. But it's a 5 on the river, so Tom Bacon now makes the wheel worst equity on the turn. Now the check mark on the river, and I'll be very surprised if Terry came in for a bet here. And does check this one behind, and Tom with the ace 3.
That's important.
Going to take that one.
Yeah.
Really good river.
first game of the season. He never smiles, does he? He only ever smiles in training.
Please, Richard Hoffers, see available on 1-2. That's Richard Hoffers, see available on 1-2.
Numbers are good for the satellite already.
Numbers are good for everything, Tower. The main as well. It's for day 1A, he used to struggle to get over like 80, and it's like 140 in already?
Yeah, it's played us 149 the last time we saw. Satellite had already hit the guarantee in the first level. So it's buzzing at the minute. 68 in the satellite. And then 159 in the main event. Coming up towards the end of level number 6.
Okay, I'll take it back. Maybe we are still doing the. Actually, Joe might actually be opening this hand to 2.5x, so maybe we're not. Maybe we're not. I'm gonna assume we're not, because Danny didn't open to 1,000 blind last hand. Terry getting involved with the King Deuce. Not been the best session for him. 100k he's lost from his stack in the past hour and 45 minutes. It's freeway action to the flop. 10, 5, 3, 2 hearts. So the 8's off Joe, the best hand. Terry with the complete whiff, and Adam 2 overs, backdoor Broadway, backdoor nut hearts. If we're Adam here, freeway, like to see it continue on this particular board with our hand, and Terry's going to get out of the way. Joe should be calling once here. As I always say, yes, there is one overcard, but we can't just give our opponent credit for it straight away, but looks like he has done. Just didn't want to get involved out of position there, Joe, I'm guessing. But in those scenarios, unless it's against a certain opponent and you can make them exploitable laydowns, you want to be calling once in those spots. So the good players are going to be c-betting those boards with almost all of their range. So.
Good evening, John. John here, watching on YouTube. Hope your things are good. Go Adam, says Phil H.
You done your hair?
205.
Love you.
So Terry with the old super duper straddle.
Don't tell me what cards you got. Don't worry. I am the most televised player on the tour.
And, just call in with the 7s here. Surprised he didn't open, or well, would have come down as a 4-bet, but considering Adam and Terry are both blind, want to be raising pocket 7s here. In this case, decides to just limp, and Terry obviously can't even check his option. We have to go straight to a flop. Queen 9 8, 2 clubs. So Terry out flopping the pocket 7s of Jash.
8, Queen 9, 2 clubs. Pair and a gutter ball for Terry. Bet and a win.
Call. 1,000. Call. 3 players. Check. 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 Showdown, please. Full house.
So if you have just joined us, Terry is under the gun. He's raised to 800 with the old 4-3 downs.
I think it's...
Classed as a one live straddle.
Yeah, I think it's straddle, as he's saying. I know it's not live, but that's what we're using for the terminology, as everyone's doing it at this table. And Tan free betting, although it's just a raise over Terry's blind raise, makes it 1.8. And Terry not folding this hand.
Heads up.
Five to call.
King is 6-2 hearts.
$1,000. Your cards in the logo.
Continue from Tan, fold from Terry.
1,000 to call.
I'm the only one here, so.
Call. Raise 4,500. Fold. 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 Fold.
So you didn't want to come over here, did you?
Always knew
I'll have
I'd
to
be
get you
good
a
on the
wig.
TV.
I'll have to get you a wig if you want to do that.
So Jason taking the advantage of blind raises under the gun. Ace Jack, although yes, it is 25 big blinds, but
Polish.
effective to what's happening at this table and the dynamic. This is perfectly fine from him. It's 2k dead money in there. Chance of increasing our stack by 20% without having to see a flop. And gets that one through.
Big blind and anti, please. 500.
Don't come after me now.
You're going to see that hand like just raised it, weren't you?
If I stream, Fold. 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 Fold.
Message me spies now. What did he?
Nothing, I can hold on 58-inch screen the other week. The last time.
Raise 1,200. Raise 3,500. Fold. Fold.
Can't get away with it.
Three bet from Terry. 3,000 with the ace jack. Josh just calls with the hooks, which will bring Jason along. Oh, Jason moves all in, so does Terry, and then Josh is going to call as well to make a three-way all in.
Of course he is, Tower. This is what I'm saying, in these spots Terry can have a whole host of hands. Yeah, he's not always going to do it with rags, but like ace jacks in there, king queen suited, ace 10 suited, maybe like a 10 jack suited. So with Josh here, I'm not sure. We know what Terry's like, we know what Terry's capable of. Yes, technically we are putting in, what is it, 75 big blinds, just over 76 big blinds, but whoa, he lets it go.
Let the jacks go.
He lets it go. That Terry just went to, you did
Just
fold
on
jacks.
get
Yeah,
away.
he went, no, you didn't.
He says, watch the stream, I've just folded jacks.
Oh, Josh. Well, if an ace comes, it looks like looks like a good fold, but it's really not. I think against Terry, there we really need to be getting it in.
1,200.
Yep. You have to be getting in most of the time against Terry. Well, I know every chip is on offer at all times, but when you got the jacks,
And there we go, the nines adjacent.
yeah, would
Will
have been
double.
out.
Yeah, he'd be out. Yes,
He
Josh to thank for that.
He owes him a pint. Because Jason Shellham is still in.
I don't think I'm folding jacks to Terry for 500 big blinds, Tower. It's just one of them. If he's got it, he's got it. That's all you've got to say. You've got it. If you've got queens plus, you've got it. Nice hand.
Yeah.
Move on. But yeah, it's would have been a nice pot for Josh to take there. Not only would he have doubled, he would have won two, taken 12.5k off Jason. He'd have a huge stack at this stage, but didn't fancy it. And seen Terry now twice move all in for chunks. I think it's 3 times actually as well. It was actually a 9-5 off he called off with. He didn't move in, so. But there's a little spud between Jason and Terry.
5 for call.
This is alright.
Actions on you.
It's pretty green.
As we move into the last 5 minutes of the session. New feature table when we return.
1,200.
So Adam with the King 7. Sorry, Terry with the King 7 and Adam with the Queens. Adam opening, Terry just flattening the King 7 in position. 8-4-4 rainbow. So against Terry here, expect Adam to be continuing more often than not. But I like the check actually, mixing in a check here, especially against Terry. As I always say, good to be mixing it up, but it's gone check once more. No, 2.5. Looked like Trig was going to burn a card, but he's pushing the pot over to Adam, and Terry just gets out of the way with the King height.
Check.
Cutie Van Woolsey. Oh, hello, Terry. we have a legend on the table.
Player bets 1,500. Full. Full.
So 5 minutes to go until the end of this shortened session for us, but we're back with the live stream. 15 minutes and then another table with plenty of chip counts coming for us as PK has fixed the stream and has done the chip counts as well, so we're back with loads of them. On return.
Terry back to just over starting stack. As we come to the end of the session, going to take that one down though with the pocket 7s.
Player bets 5,600. Fold. Fold.
Danny, our chip leader at the table now, 85k. Lovely stack to have at this stage of the tournament.
Please 200, 500.
People will be happy to bag up that much at the end of the day.
Only 150 at the start of this session.
I was talking about Danny. Yeah, Terry had 150 at the start of the session.
That would have been a bad stack to
Yeah.
at the end of this end of the day.
Could have gone home, probably blinded out to probably around 115, 110k. Come back with a chunk of big blinds.
80 bigs
Yeah.
coming back.
But Terry likes the way he plays. He obviously enjoys himself at the table. Likes getting involved. He's not scared. He's not fussed about bagging up 140 when he wants to bag up 300.
Yeah.
But this is what can happen sometimes. Your chips can just be passed around the table. But, makes it 1.6 here with the old 10 deuce to the Doyle. And Tom has him in a dominated spot, defends the Jack 10 suited.
Ace 4 deuce, 2 spades.
Domination rotation.
Raise
Terry now
1,200.
with the best of it. And fires.
Fold.
And just a quick fold from Tom.
Button is good. We're all good this side of the cameras. QT Van Awuti.
Raise 3,600. Fold.
You're looking at the day.
My lucky. Blinds in, please. 200, 500.
Joe pocket 5s under the gun. Doesn't want to get involved. And Terry with the ace queen. +2. Makes it 1.6. And Danny with king 7 here. Just lets it go. Not getting a good price once Terry opens the 4x. Usually a more attractive price in the big blind. Just raise and take there for Terry with the ace queen.
Everyone just put that on.
Good afternoon and good evening if you're watching on the GUKPT website.
Raise 1,200. Fold. Fold.
So I think, guys, this is going to be the last hand.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah, you were saying this is the last. Are you going for it?
I'm going for it. I'm going for it. I reckon this is going to be the
buttons
last
and
hand.
everything.
Look, I'll tell you what.
What are you doing?
We'll go with that one. Oh,
Raise
Go back with the other one.
the other one, yeah.
3,000.
There we are.
Good
We'll
lad.
go with that one. I could just about see it at the top there. Is that 7-5 of hearts? Is that it? In tandem with pocket fives.
Yeah, use these.
Yeah.
The only thing that got worse during the pandemic was my eyesight. Let me tell you.
Cool.
So he's straining his eyes to see the cards because they're in the top right hand corner, right over there somewhere.
But Terry and Tan, 5s for Tan. Terry 7-5 of hearts.
Check.
It's King, Queen, 4 rainbow. So 5s of Tan still the best. Goes check. 2 on the turn. Check once more. River card is the 6 of diamonds, so Terry with just 7 high might have a stab, but no, decides to check. So if that weren't the last hand, Trig's going to quickly riffle the deck, get one more in, and then we will be on 15-minute break.
He's good at that. No, he won't make it, he's just said. I will not make it. Jason's off. That's it. Thanks for coming. We will see you back in 15 minutes with the new feature table.
See you then.
We will see you then. Touched on you starting to travel around a little bit, Joe. Your next venture, which seems like an amazing place to play, and there has to be 100 stories. Amsterdam. Please tell me there's some stories we can't hear as well as some that we can.
You're just freezing up a little bit there, Phil. I hope you're all right, pal. I kind of got the gist of the question.
Yeah, all good.
Okay. You have to remember, in the mid to late 90s, there was like a tour.
Yeah.
It's not like it is now, where on any given day you could go to one of 20 different festivals and there's lots of clashes and lots of competition. It was the same places. So every Easter would be the Irish Open. Every November would be the Master Classics in Amsterdam. Every May to June, July would be the World Series, and every, literally each month we would go somewhere else. And I would travel around with Barney, Ross and Ram. And the biggest festival of all, out in Europe, the biggest festival outside of America, outside of the World Series, was the MCOP, the Master Classics of Poker in Amsterdam. And it started, I think, in the early 90s, and we went 10 years in a row, 12 years in a row to the Master Classics, the 4 of us.
Nice.
Amazing place to play. The first year I ever went was 97. Mm-hmm. And I was sharing a flat in Hendon with a couple of friends of mine from university. And I won my first major tournament at the Master Classics of Poker in 1997. And I can remember, I must have borrowed I don't know if I had a mobile phone there or not, but I remember making a phone call to my flatmate at 3 o'clock in the morning, singing "We Are the Champions" down the phone, and I was very drunk. I remember doing that. But it was, it was the festival that everybody went to. I mean, now there's so much competition. It's still a great festival, but I haven't been for a few years.
Yeah. Well, same as Las Vegas, you had 190 runners in that event. 190 in that event. 190 in this one. So you beat 10 more people.
Brilliant. I can't tell you if they were women or not, though. Oh, do you know what? Do you know the amazing thing? I beat a woman heads up.
You did.
I did.
And I've got that. I look at the stats, and it's not that I've remembered it all. I've got my stats in front of me. I'm doing my homework.
Brenda Nelson.
Correct, Brenda Nelson.
Beat her heads up. An American lady. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
taller than me.
and talking about stories. You say you were travelling about, and obviously stories that we can hear. How did you get to meet Ram as well as Ross and Barney?
I met Ram. I was driving around North London. I was actually in Stanmore with a friend of mine, Jeff, and this is pre-mobile phones. So we're driving along, and he says, "Oh, Joe, we've got to back a dog." So I said, "Is it going to win?" He said, "Yes, Joe, it's going to win." He said, "Listen," he said, "There's an AR Dennis betting shop up here on the left." He said, "And there's a phone box outside, one of the old red big metal phone boxes."
Yeah.
Now, what I want you to do, he said, he pulls up next to the phone box, which is immediately outside the betting shop. He says, "I want you to go and stand in that phone box." I said, "Okay." He said, "Here's £100." He said, he said, "Just stand in the phone box." He said, "It will ring. When it rings, you'll be given the name of a dog to back at this meeting at this time." He said, "Take the £100, go in and take the price, and then collect the money afterwards, and I'll pick you up afterwards."
Yeah.
So I said, "Okay." So I stood in the phone box, and the phone rings, and I pick it up, and he says, "12:45 Monmore, trap 3, and puts the phone down. So I go in the shop and I look up, and trap 3, it's opened even money.
Yeah.
It's gone 10 to 11, 4 to 5, 8 to 11, 4 to 6. It's now 8 to 13.
The money's on it.
It's now 8 to 13. So now I don't know what to do. You know, I've missed the even money, but I've gone straight into the shop. So I think, well, I've got to put the bet on, otherwise I'll have to pay it myself. So anyway, I've put the £100 on for Jeff, and I put something on for me as well. And I've stood and watched the race, and it got beat. And I've walked out the shop, and Jeff's picked me up, and he said, "Got beat?" I said, "Yeah, I know." He said, "Did you back it?" I said, "Yeah, I backed it." He said, "Well, okay, never mind." Anyway, so off we went. Anyway, the following week, I'm playing in a private game in Mill Hill. Like pre-internet, casinos closing at 4 o'clock. There were lots more private games going on. Yeah. So in this private game on a like full-size poker table with professional dealer and everything, I'm playing in this game, 7-card stud private game, and there's a ring at the doorbell. And someone goes to answer the door, and I can hear the voices in the hallway. And I think, I recognise that voice. And in walks this person, and he goes, "Hello, everybody." And I looked at him and I said, "Trap 3, Monmore." And it was Ram Vaswani. He was the guy on the end of the phone. That's Ram and I became friends. We became friends in this game. We finished up running a game in Hendon. Like every Monday night. The game ran for 10 years. And Ross was a regular in the game. Ross would come all the time to the game. He came along one day with a friend, and Ross was a regular in the game. And then one day Ross bought Barney. And that's how the four of us collectively became the Hendon Mob, playing in that game in my flat in Hendon. We were four of the hardcore in the game, travelling around together. And yeah, that's how I met Ram Vaswani in a telephone box. He's still tipping losers today.
Oh, that is so old school. Absolutely. Do you actually consider yourself as old school?
Yes, I think I'm very old school. I mean, look at the grey hairs, right? I even got a matching.
They're all here as well.
I'll tell you how old school I am, right? I mean, obviously, a lot of the stories will involve the boys, but I can remember going to the first ever poker tournament in Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo had never ever had a poker tournament before. Wow. And I think it was the Monte Carlo Millions. And we were staying at the Hotel de Paris. It's an amazing hotel, like on the main square. Very, very exclusive, very, very expensive. We were very lucky. We were all our expenses and everything were picked up. And we were playing in this tournament. Anyway, we've gone to check in this hotel. And I've got my laptop with me. I think we'd already set up the Hendon Mob website was already running. It was more like a blog at that point. The database hadn't even been thought of yet. And we had but there was a bit of online poker going on. And I had my laptop with me, and I went to the check-in, and I said, "Do you have internet here?" Oh, I can't do a French accent, but she says, "Yes, Mr. Beavers, Monsieur Beavers, yes, we have internet." I said, "How do I connect?" She said, "Hang on a second." She went. She said, "I don't know if there's any left." She said. So she went off, and she came back, and she had a 56k modem in her hand. And she said, "I said to her, 56k modem, is that the best you got?" She said, "Yeah, this is good connection." She said. So she hands me the connection, and she says, "You need to plug this into your phone in your room for the dial-up." I said, "Okay." Now Ram is behind me at reception, checking in with somebody else, and he can overhear the conversation. And he says to the guy checking him in, he says, "I'd like the internet as well." And the guy says to him, "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vaswani, Monsieur Vaswani, I'm very sorry. We only have 2, and they're both out now. Mr. Beavers took the last one." So for the whole hotel, they've got 2 56k modems. Ram comes running after me. He says, "How much for the modem, Joe? How much for the modem?" People don't realise these days. You just click buttons and just expect it to turn on. And back in the day, what would have happened if the modem hadn't worked? Probably one of the most exclusive hotels in the whole world. Definitely one of the most expensive. They had 2 56k modems for everybody. For the whole hotel. Yeah. You obviously, when you go to Amsterdam and you go to places like Austria and Slovenia, did you see devilfish? Was that the time where devilfish was around? Dave was a very, very good friend of mine. I first met Dave in Paris. I first met him in Paris. And my first experience of him was him asking me if he could borrow £1,000. That was my first experience. What happened? He didn't ask me directly. We were all playing in Paris, and he was friendly with Ross. And he said, it was one of those things where one of us always had some money, and the rest of us was always skint. And we were in Paris playing lots of cash games. The cash games there were pretty good. And Ross came up to me and he said, "Listen," he said, "Dave's asked me if he can borrow £1,000. I said, "Well, why don't you going to lend it to him?" He said, "No, Joe." He said, "I haven't got it." He said, "Can he borrow it from you?" I said, "Well, there's 2 rules." I said, "First of all, you've got to guarantee it, Ross. And secondly, he's got to ask me himself." So that was my first experience. I lent it to him and I got it back. And Dave and I became very, very good friends. And it was very sad, and he died 5 years ago now. And that was April 5 years ago, I think it was. I went up to his funeral. It was pretty amazing. It was a pretty amazing funeral. Everybody was there. A proper legend in the game, as well as yourself. You know, you've got the stories. That is just about it for part 2. We will be back very shortly with part 3. So back with part 3 of an hour with the Tower and Mr. Joe Beavers. Joe, we're going to start with late night poker. And what a TV program. Do you consider that this was the change in poker? There's 2 massive things that happened in poker. One of them was TV and the other one was online. Yeah. And TV started back in 1999 with the first ever poker show, Late Night Poker. I've heard Americans saying, "Oh yeah, Late Night Poker copied WPT." Well, it didn't. Late Night WPT came in the early 2000s. Late Night Poker was the first ever poker show. And I always remember we were on our travels and we were in Vienna. We were at the Concord Card Casino. And I was with the guys, I was with Barney, Ross and Ram, and we were all in the bar and we were chatting with Nick Cerametta. And Nick Cerametta had a glass of red wine in his hand, like he normally does. And he's a lovely little fella and a good friend. And he was talking about, he'd just put forward to Channel 4 the idea for poker on TV. And the idea was that they would field the game, but they would have glass bits in front of each player where the cards would sit on, and they would have cameras underneath the table. I mean, these days they would have lipstick cameras. This was the old-fashioned late night poker with the cameras underneath the table. So the camera would get the cards, the chips, and the player's face, and they sold this to Channel 4. Okay, Channel 4 have agreed to buy this. But Nick was telling us he was having trouble to get players. He was asking players, do you want to play on this poker show? And people were saying, no, we don't want to play. Why would we play? Then people can see what we do. People can see the moves we make. And we'll never be able to win playing poker again. At this point, Ram walks up. He says, what's going on, guys? So we told him. Ram says, I'll play. And we all said, yeah, we'll play. We said, what's the buy-in? He said, £1,500. It's 40 players or 50 players. So we said, yeah, we'll play. And we all said that we'd play, and we played. And we went off to a small production company in Cardiff called Presentable. Sadly, it's not there anymore. And we would all turn up, and we would all, this was pre-internet, pre-online poker, and there were no sponsors, no branding, no advertising, nothing. It was just Channel 4 buying a TV show. Anyway, we made the show. It became, late night poker became like a family. Everybody would watch everybody else's eat. Everybody would stay for the whole week. Jesse May would bet on every match. He was the original commentator with Nick. Jesse May would always lose his money. It was just.
Back for the fourth session of the day, penultimate. It's gone quite quick. I know
2 minutes to get back to your seats, says Dean.
Players just taking their seats. Level 7 just about to start. Blind's now going to be 200, 500, I believe.
Who have we got, Jay? Who have we got?
So I will run you through now, and I'll probably run through again quickly as we get underway. But in 1's going to be Gary Miller, in 3 is Phil Clark, in 4 is Paul Rigg, in 5 Andrew Probin, in 6 Mitch Johnson, in 7 Matt Bushell, in 8 is Tony Ringe, and in 9 is Jessica Pilkington.
Tony Ringe. Tony the Baloney Ringe. There was a bracelet with him, wasn't he?
Yeah, Gerald. I think he had a bracelet in. I think it was Stud High-Low, if memory serves me correct.
Stud High-Low.
So I don't mind like when you're playing in a DC game and you're playing a game like Super Stud where it's a pot limit, but I can't stand limit games too. I just think they're the most boringest forms of poker ever. It's there's just no thrill. There's no thrill involved.
Bet. 1 bet. 2 bet. Bet. There has to be an art to it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like limit hold'em has been solved. It's there's a like supercomputer or whatever it is that's literally solved limit hold'em, how to play every hand in every spot, and that's why I like no limit so much, because it can't be solved. It's obviously you can get all these solvers telling you what's the best play, certain frequencies, what percentage you should be betting your hand at what point.
Have you ever played pot limit?
Yeah, what pot limit hold'em? Yeah, I played pot limit hold'em.
Because when we started playing tournaments, there were no such thing as no limit. No such thing as no limit at all.
Put it in next
So,
Small blind, please.
here's what it is, isn't it? No limit, all limit, every limit, limit.
Fold.
So the lines are in.
Fold.
Let's go.
Fold.
Another session. 2 levels with this fun table.
Yeah, Riggy getting us off. King Do suited on the button, making it 1k. Absolutely fine. Andrew in with the 6-5 suited, and that brings Mitch along, getting 5-1 in his money in the big. Three-way action. Oh, any ladies about?
Any ladies?
Chop your banana up and have banana rest.
Mitch got done with ace queen. Last time we saw him in the feature.
3 players.
Riggy going to take this one. Oh no, sorry, Andrew going to take this one. He's got a 5. It checks all the way down. I'm surprised Riggy didn't actually come in for a bet there on that Ace River, but thought better of it. King High, a bit of showdown on a trips board.
Cool. Heads up.
Haha, Chiesa's in the chat, and Italy 1-0 up, and guess who scored?
Chiesa, the man himself.
Has he in 2 places at
Well,
once?
they were 1-16.
Who have Italy got?
Rotherham United, by the sounds of it.
San Marino, someone like that. San Marino, Gibraltar.
Oh dear. They were 1-16. They are European champions. Deservedly so.
Oh yes, I'm not going to say no to that. Thank you.
Deservedly so. The old. Thank you.
Check. Showdown.
Playing Bulgaria in Fiorentina. That's it, in Florence.
Thank you.
Playing in Florence. Oh, I thought Chiesa was going to this. Chiesa said he was going because they're playing in Fiorentina, aren't they?
He did.
They're playing in Florence.
He did.
Is he still on the stands watching the live stream with the headphones in, cheering on Italy? Is that what he's doing?
Imagine.
Oh, that'd be great. He was going, but he's on holiday, isn't he? Yes. Told us this morning. He's on his holidays.
So let's have a look at some of the old chip counts tower.
Jamie Nixon's still in, going along now. Matt Davenport, we did say about Matt Davenport earlier on. Matt Davenport was second the last time we had a GUKPT in Coventry.
Natalie's had a bit of a spin, back up to 50k.
Go on, Nat.
And Midi just below starting stack, 18k there. We'll let them run across the bottom of the screen again for you guys, just in case you missed a few. As you can see down there, you can follow us on Facebook, Grosvenor Poker, on Twitter, Grosvenor Poker, and YouTube and Twitch.com/GUKPT. So chip counts coming across the bottom of your screen.
Rakesh, how are you? How are you? He's back. We're watching a bit of Danny Underground on Twitch earlier, weren't we?
Yeah. Well,
Is the World Series
yeah, it's the WSOP
online
online at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people twitching at the moment.
Loads of people doing that Twitch malarkey because the GUKPT is on, and also the World Series is on as well. And I saw Danny Underground was playing an event, which but he's not on anymore, which must mean he's out. That's what I'm guessing. He wouldn't stop tweeting, would he? Surely halfway through.
Yeah. He's not. He must be out, I'm guessing. So that's fine from Mitch there. Cut off open. Chose to 3-bet the A7 off. The old blocker effect. Bit of removal. Got an ace in our hand, but unfortunately we just run into the top end of Andrew's range.
So the blind's 2-5.
Call. Heads up. Player bets 1,500. Lines in, please.
So the blind's 2-5. Gary Stephen Smith 52,000. Nice break of 35,000. Feel the chip count scrolling along the bottom of the screen, as well as following us on all social media platforms. Neil Jilch is on his way up tomorrow for day 1B. Will cash be open early? Yeah, it all depends on the players. It completely depends on the players and whoever wants to play. Normally, a very busy card room. Most people play
Raise 1,200.
Day 1B tomorrow. There's no side event because the event at night is the turbo. So it's mainly the main event tomorrow taking preference, but as soon as you get 9 names or 7 names on the cash tables, then they'll open one. They would never keep a table closed if people want to play cash. So it all depends, Neil, on who is either playing the main events or even one just turning up for cash. Today they were quite late, but there is 3 tables running now, as well as the satellite.
1,400.
Oh my days.
Cool.
And if you want to come down and play cash right now, Terry Jordan is off to the cash tables.
Check. Check.
The Super Satellite has taken £6,675 and has got 89 runners. So that's nearly doubled in its prize. That's heading towards 10 tokens already.
So Mitch opening hijack, jack 10, Matthew on his direct left, pills the king 10 suited. Can opt for a free bet as well with this hand, but calling fine in position as well, and not sure what Tony's up to.
He does this every now and again, doesn't he?
He's just in with a 10
every now and again he'll have an absolute bag of spanners and be calling any kind of betting.
Yeah, he's going to flop the bit with the spanners as well. He's flopped the flush draw with the old Doyle, and Matthew's up and down here with backdoor hearts, so him and Tony both going to put more chips in this pot, you expect. Like Mitch's decision to check the middle pair here. Bet from Matthew at 1.5, tiny sizing.
500 to call. Fold.
It's got less than a quarter pot here. And that's going to bring Mitch in after Tony calls. 9 of clubs.
Fold.
And 3 of hearts.
3 hearts on the turn.
And if we are Matthew now, we want to be loading up the barrels. Tony, I've played a lot of him. He's the type of player with 2 pair plus on this sort of board section. He's going to raise. So if we're Matthew here, we want to be firing again, potentially setting up a river jam for ourselves. But we've got quite an awkward stack size actually, 17k or 1.7 SPR. So it's quite awkward sizing, but definitely want to be barreling this turn, and happy to see that from Matthew. Nice play from him. We've got 2 better hands, well, 1 better hand to fold and a flush draw. But after we pick up a bit of equity there, very nice double barrel from him. Second in the mini main for 27k. Matthew in seat 7.
Getting rubs off the boss.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Unbelievable techers.
Just wanted to come down, play a bit of poker, have a bit of fun. All I'm getting is noodles.
What are you pressing now, Jay?
I'm gonna,
what's gonna happen?
yeah, I'm gonna,
What's gonna happen?
I'm gonna take the chip counts away once they come across the bottom of the screen again. As we see Jessica pocket freeze on the button. Like to see her open this one. Does, makes it 1.2. And Phil ace 10 here in the big blind. Got 2 options, obviously a defend or free bet. Don't mind free betting this versus button opening range. It's going to be fairly wide, and looks like that has come in for a free bet. Makes it 3.6. Only thing I would say, maybe need to go a little bit bigger position. Give the button a better price. The pill in position versus us. Jessica thinks better of it. Not going to go and set mine him. And takes it down nonetheless with that free bet with the ace 10 of hearts.
Check.
Yeah, Chiesa Terry is out now. He did have 150k 2 hours ago, and now he's probably sitting on a 1-2 game somewhere in the cash room.
Player bets 2,100.
Where he can legitimately straddle.
Yeah, that's true. Can straddle it be live.
Player bets 3,300.
So Mitch, ace queen suited, will be raising this one. Makes it 1.2.
Player bets 5,000.
Yeah, Mitch is obviously a fairly active player. If Gary is continuing here, yeah, I'd prefer a free bet here, Tower, rather than
3.8.
Oh, there we go. How did you know that?
I just know Gary's siding.
We got the sound back, I'll take it.
What thing?
The thing hanging out of your ear. Oh, you had me for about 2 seconds there. You had me for about 2 seconds. And Mitch with the ace queen suit are going to peel. But Gary, obviously aware that Mitch can open a lot of hands, so with position, got a playable hand, the old suited gapper. Going to come in for a free bet. Jack 7, 6, 2 spades. Does actually outflop Mitch in this situation. May decide to check this one back after picking up a bit of showdown, which Mitch does peel off free bet. See a middle pair. But decides to continue for 5.6, fairly chunky, about just under 2/3 pot there, but obviously ace queen and Mitch can't continue, but takes that one down. Talk about free betting a lot as a bluff, and one of the merits of it is even when you are called, talk about equities, always running closest pre-flop, and with position as well, you've always got the chance to take it down with a continuation bet. Your opponent's going to miss the flop more often than they hit it. It's just a lot of good things that happen, whereas if we peel, we're then the player that doesn't have the action. We don't get to see bet. When we miss the flop, we have to fold to our opponents. There's just a lot more better things that can happen in those situations. It makes you harder to play against as well when you start incorporating all these hands into your free bet range. Keep your opponents guessing.
Check.
That makes it 12 with queen deuce.
Player bets 1,500.
Bit of late position. Don't mind this. Phil now coming in with a free bet with a Jack 10 suited. Great hand to do it with. Very good playability. Against the cut-off open as well. Going to be fairly wide.
No, my daughter told me. So it's on the day, I'll never adjust
Come on, the Gary Miller. There's the poker board 1, 2, 3.
So Phil ace in the cut-off. Probably going to open this one.
Ace 1,200.
Looks like Riggy wants to get involved. He's got the pocket fives. Calls for 1.2. Andrew, discipline lay down in the small, queen 9 suited.
3,500.
Want to be very careful when choosing what hands to flatten the small. Free betting's a bit different, but obviously hands you want to be calling in the small blind. Be just a few in there.
7, 6, 3. Rainbow.
Good flop for the fives. On for Riggy. Gut shot and a pair. Phil with straight draw. And Mitch just 2 over cards. This one checks through. Jack of spades on the turn.
5 on the Mitchell, please.
Still the fives of Riggy, the best hand. And I'm not sure who won that pot. Okay, the graphics are back. So Riggy's the one that's going to fire, and he is the one that's going to take it down.
Well, that's 2,700. Cool. Check.
So Phil, Queen 9 suited, makes it 1.2. And Andrew here on the button, A7 of diamonds. Looks like he's reaching for chips. Another hand that we can potentially incorporate into 3-bet range. But from what I've seen from Andrew so far, I think he's just going to flat this one on the bottom. Ah, he has 3-bet, I like it. I like it a lot. Now Mitch in a bit of a spot here with pocket 10s. Like Andrew doesn't, just from a visual perspective, look like the type of player that's going to be 3-betting as a bluff too often. So Mitch here with pocket 10s in a bit of a spot here in the small blind. And,
Check.
quite a hard one. Figuring out how we're going to proceed here. Obviously, all 3 options definitely out there. We could just make the tight fold if we think Andrew's never got a bluff in this spot. We can flat, obviously see a flop, or we can come in for a cold 4. And it looks like he's gone with the call. But quite a strange one against an opponent that maybe you think might have a bit of a tighter 3-bet range with 10s. We're not loving life here in the small. Are going to make the cold call, and actually going to come back round to Phil, who's now getting over 4-1 on his money. So he's going to make the call with a Queen 9 suited, and 3-way action here with an 11k in the middle.
Three players see a flop.
Well, everyone catches a piece. Huge piece for Mitch, top set. Phil with middle pair, a few back doors, and Andrew backdoor nut flush draw bottom pair. This one checks through. The turn is the ace of hearts, and this is going to spell trouble for Andrew in seat 5. I love this check here from Mitch, understanding that this ace is going to smash Andrew's range a lot of the time. So it does come in for a check, knowing that Andrew is going to bet this card when he does hit it, and he's also going to bet it some of the time when it doesn't hit the ace because of range. And now when it's back on Mitch here, expect him to be raising here so we can get the action for ourselves on the river and potentially set Andrew all in. And unless it comes an ace, that would be pretty brutal. But with Mitch here, definitely going to be raising. It looks a lot like Andrew has at least like an ace-x hand. I know he has 2 pair in this situation, but he's going to have ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king all in there as well. Yeah, this is good from Mitch. Makes it 11.5. No need to slow play in this spot against this particular stack size. And once action's back to Andrew, he's going to be in a bit of a predicament here.
So we can't see the players, but we know that Mitch is raised to 11.5.
I just don't see how we can get out of the way here.
Can't,
Andrew. No, we just can't. He's probably just going to go all in. I doubt he's going to flat for 7.5, leaving himself 13k behind when there's then going to be 33 in a can on the river. It's like a third pot left. So, and Mitch could have like no, it's a 3-bet pot. He probably can't actually. 10-9 suited, not going to be in there. Mitch probably just fold that one cold pool. Did he fold? Wow, what a fold! What a fold!
Wowzers.
Wow, that is so good.
That is so good. I'll put you on ace 10, he says.
Wow, what a fold. How do we fold there? Mitch is going to be sick when he watches that one back. He thinks probably, oh, he had ace king, ace queen, ace jack, fair enough, good fold. But once he sees he had top and bottom, I'd feel sick. How's he not put any more money in that pot? Like, Mitch basically can't have jack 8. So the straights are out there. He's not calling a free bet with jack 8 or 8-6. He's not even calling a free bet with ace 10. Not calling a free bet with ace 9. So he's basically got pocket 10s and pocket 9s for value, and that is basically it. 6 combos, and somehow Andrew makes the hero.
It's a huge fold.
It's a huge, like, people watching may think, like, oh, there's a straight out there, there's 2 pairs that beat us, but what you got to remember, he's cold called a free bet out of the small blind, and when he does that, his range just becomes so condensed, and on that particular board, the only hands he can really have a value of 10s and 9s, maybe 7s, but he probably would have just folded 7s pre versus Andrew, so because his range is so condensed, that's what makes that such a good fold, guys. It's a really, really good fold from Andrew there. I can't fold there. I do not fold in that particular spot. But great read from the man in seat 5. And when he watches that back, he'll feel so chuffed.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when Mitch finds out, he'll think, where's the rest of this pot? Back to the action as Mitch flopping the best of it again. This time on 8-6-3, top pair for him.
But after seeing that fold, I'd put him favourite to win the whole thing.
Well, if he makes day 3, Craze Muffin, get on the old Grosvenor poker. There will be a book running for the players that make day 3.
Check.
You need to get on before 5 to 12 though on the Sunday if you do want to bet on one of the players left in the field. But this hand, expect Matthew to be calling once here with pocket 5s. Mitch opening button, going to be very, very wide. And 5s will still be the best hand here a lot of the time. But Matthew, mixing it up here. This is a spot where you just usually always see an opponent call, but Matthew, maybe a bit of an information raise here, taking it back old school, making it 2.8k. The old try and find out where I am. And Mitch with top pair, just not going to be going anywhere. And I like this from Mitch, just the flat, no need to free bet, keep some bluffs in there.
Three downs on the turn.
And now we have to wave the white flag as Matthew. I just don't think we can continue running it, especially on this turn as well. As soon as this free rolls off, one of the hands we're representing only has 1 combo now, pocket 3s. We're not going to have 8-6 in the small blinds. The hands that we are credibly repping as Matthew are basically pocket 6s, pocket 8s, pocket 3s, which is now 7 combos total, which is tiny in the grand scheme of things. So from that perspective, if I'm Matthew here, we've just got to give up. Check it over to Mitch. Wow, he's gone again. Bet 3k. And Mitch just won't be going anywhere. We've got an 8 in our hand, makes pocket 8s less likely. So from our perspective, only 1 combo of that left. 3 of 6s, 1 of 3s. I guess slow played aces and kings can be in there. Like, it chose to get trappy in the small. I guess we can include those hands in there as well. I'm guessing Matt will have some traps. But if he does come in for a 3rd street here as a bluff as Matthew, I'll be very, very shocked out. I played with him a lot the other night and he seemed very, very good player, pretty competent. And just thinking about the way this hand's played, it's very optimistic if we're Matthew to go for it here. Because Mitch still has like all the overpairs, 9s plus. Obviously he's got 8x here, which he can have on the button. And he can have 8-6 suited. I know that got counterfeited on the turn, but don't really expect Matthew to have too many overpairs here, and that's why Matthew has checked here. Eventually waving the white flag. Would have preferred it on the turn just because of what we spoke about in terms of hands that we're representing out of the small. And this is great from Mitch. Once it's checked over to us, Mitch is like, you know what, I've got the best hand here, let's go for some value. But what are we trying to get called by? What's it look like Matthew has? Maybe an 8 that decided to raise, but as I said before in the small blind, it's like ace 8 suited, 8-9 suited maybe. But this is really, really nice value bet here from Mitch. Just knows exactly where he's at in the hand. And Matthew makes the correct decision.
Good evening, Mr. Colin Porter, watching on Facebook. Long time no speak, Colin. Hope things are well. There we go. I can see the 30-30 is coming up next week.
You got to let me know when we're going on.
Yeah, you're all right. You carry on checking all your stats. London, Newcastle, Birmingham, Bury New Road in Manchester, and then end of September, Reading, Leicester, and Blackpool. Into the middle of October with Southampton, Bury New Road, and Glasgow. And the ending of the 30-30s for 2021, Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. Plenty of chances to play the massive £400 events, the 30-30s. That's travelling round the country.
Yeah, Gully, some fold. Honestly, I can't get over that fold, to be honest. It's some fold. Like maybe a lot of recreationals watching were like, oh, it's not that good a fold. It's just got two pair, there's straights out there and stuff like that. But once you think about ranges and hands that Mitch is supposed to have in that spot, it just becomes even better. Like it's basically two hands. We have to give him 10s or 9s and that's it. He's not going to cold call the free bet with ace 10 out the small. It's basically 10s, 9s, maybe 7s, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask Mitch that one, but it's like, I don't know if Andrew was thinking on that sort of line, but it's good to see. It's good to see. We like good folds as much as we do good calls.
Indeed. Rakesh, tell my man, didn't know he had a good looking son sitting next to you. Jay Harwood third in the mini main this week. Comes for the main events. And if you listen to him and watch it back, you'll learn a thing or two about the game itself.
Heads up.
Here he is, Jamie Mack. Jamie! Oh, no, Jamie Mack. When are you coming back? All time. All times.
Any questions? Anything come up?
No, just schedule releases. News on Goliath, they look like they're making an announcement tomorrow. Some kind of announcement tomorrow. But nothing concrete just yet. So yeah, all good. All is good.
Super late, super.
For Goliath. Hey. Oh, a 3-year lease for Goliath has been signed. That's breaking news because Jamie Mack. Jamie, sat the side of us. Is it now the CBS Arena? Oh, we've no idea where that is. How are we going to get to there? The CBS Arena has been signed for 3 years for Goliath. Whoop whoop.
The ice creams are out.
Buddy. Oh, here we go. I'm loving this.
Oh, there you go.
No way! Wow, we're impressed with Coventry that much. We're coming back next year for both the GUKPT and Goliath. Oh, this is great. You can sit with us more often. Have you then got to think about when you're putting it in the schedule regarding obviously Goliath? We know the Commonwealth Games are on, so we don't know the dates, but we know it might have to change because of the Commonwealth Games. Will you think about putting it on towards the same time or earlier in the season?
Raise 1,500.
You can
Come on,
see it,
Jimmy Mac.
Have 5 minutes. Have 5
Go on,
minutes.
Jimmy
I'll
Mac.
go-
He's just going to fetch the teas.
I'll go get a tea in. I'll go have 5 minutes.
Mr. Jim McShane, head of Coventry Poker, is going to sit with Tower for the first time ever.
Raise
Well,
3,000.
on stream. You've just dropped us 2 bombshells, so we just thought we'd get in for 2 minutes.
I can add on to the bombshell number 2.
Regarding Coventry.
Coventry with leg 2,
Oh wow!
and due to the championship fixtures, we're looking at, I want to say it was the 24th of February
Cool.
to the 5th of March for leg 2.
Oh, of course, the
Heads up.
fixtures are already out for this
Football's
season.
already
aren't they?
out, so-
All right, of course, yeah.
We hit 1 match day, but we were looking the week before, which would have hit 2 home games.
Ah, right,
So
okay.
we pushed it back a week for leg 2. So Vic for leg 1 as normal.
What about 2 tickets to the game for as a mini main bonus prize?
My bet's
Do you
3,000.
not
Or is that a booby prize?
The double tree gives free match days now.
Unfortunately not. So Coventry returns for leg 2 next year.
Well, I mean, you look at the
Awesome.
numbers that the mini mains had
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah.
All-time record mini main outside of London.
Yeah.
Only just beating the Vix, missing out on the Vix record by 27 entries. So far, day 1A today's been really, really good numbers up on where we were 2 weeks ago in Manchester.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's such an easy place to get to.
Yes.
Just accessible off the motorway, great hotels, lots of good food eateries around the casino, so it's a really good venue for everyone to come and play.
Yeah. Everybody's raving about the one upstairs, the anecdote, the new.
I hear they do a very good
eatery.
anecdote burger. Highly recommend it.
Yes. The new eatery outside. It used to be the club shop where you used to buy all your wares for Coventry, City and Wasps, but that's moved. So Coventry's on the agenda for leg 2 and Goliath in August-ish, we reckon.
2,200.
Ah, that's true.
That is an additional leg.
So an additional leg in Coventry. Oh, you'll be getting more of the Cardroom Direct team.
Sick of it.
But no, they won't. Bish bash bosh. That's amazing. That's amazing. One thing I've noticed is when you go to the 30-30s, the
Yep.
Berry New Road's got 2 in 6 weeks.
Check.
There's that.
Yep. Obviously, they had their 30-30 as well as part of their GUKPT for their opening weekend of that.
Yeah.
But in terms of 30-30s, they'll be getting maintained next year on the schedule, but they'll be enhanced with the return of both 25-25s and 25-50s. So we'll kind of have a mix across the weekend, whereas at the minute it's like 3 or 4 30-30s.
Yeah.
Across the country, there'll be a 25-25.
Ah, so options, yeah, because some people think the 30-30 is a little bit expensive at 400, and then 25-25 was good for the recreational player more than 30-30, which is £400 buying. So to have them both is just excellent.
Yeah, I mean the problem when we reopened after the pandemic was you just didn't know how much people were going to want to travel to play events.
Yeah.
So it was just looking at, we're only going to get X amount of people to turn up and play.
Yeah.
But the popularity of all the events and the demand, we know the support in 25-25's had for years. So people obviously, want to go out and play that event. It's always been a great price point. It's great for people to qualify into. And it generates good price points.
Yes, they do. They do. I know they've gone and smashed it in more. I know Sheffield struggled a bit last week, but scraped over and got there eventually. But every one of them has been well received by everybody.
Yeah, well, they're very good as well. They're creating a lot of National League points. A lot of players are travelling around playing the different events. We'll have another league ready set up, maybe with a few additions into it for next year for players to keep playing, and it gives players a choice to hit a price point rather than just having to play that event because it's on. They can pick and choose where they want to play based on their pocket as well as location. So it gives the more options we can give to players, the better suited it'll be for all of them. So it gives people a chance to see what they want to do rather than just us dictating where they have to play.
Jim McShane, head of poker for Grosvenor, with some great news regarding Coventry and the CBS Arena, regarding Goliath. There'll be more coming tomorrow regarding dates, and once hopefully confirmed, we'll let the cat out of the bag. The Coventry will be Leg 2 next year, which is great. But it's also good for the staff here, because they put on such an effort. Igor and his team. We know everybody's just coming back from the pandemic, and a lot of clubs are struggling with staff and whatever they're for. So, but the guys have welcomed everybody with open arms.
I mean, amazingly, I think they got like, I think we gave them like just under 4 weeks' notice to say that we were going to move from it. Is it possible for you guys to host? And from the first second, they were like, if we name this, we can get back on the tour.
Yeah.
And that's been their motivation the whole way through. I think everyone's had a great week.
Yeah.
And you know, we've still got a couple of events still to go, and the main event's going well so far. But it's definitely setting some examples across the tour now. So this is the new standard, and we have to make sure that everyone's up to this level.
Yeah, yeah. I know. A lot of players. Some obviously we get a lot of chat in the chat box and say, well, at the moment there's no competition regarding other clubs not opening and staffing and what have you. We realise that we're not daft.
Yep.
But put a show on, and as we know, people turn up. And that's the way it's been.
Yeah, I mean, my motto with a lot of these things is it's not about what everyone else is doing. You've got to look after your own shit first. You can't just sit on the laurels, and you can't just expect and assume that everyone's going to come along and do what we're looking to do. So we have to make sure we're offering the right product for the right reasons, and we can't just assume that we've got an open road to do what we want to do. So we're definitely open. You know, maybe. We need to listen a bit more, understand what it is the players want a bit more, and be more accommodating. And I think that's the road that we definitely look to go down, to make sure we're being the best poker offer we can be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Coventry at this moment in time delivered with a mini. Satellites are flying. 13 seats yesterday. It looks like around the same again today.
Yeah. There's over 8 grand in there at the minute, I think.
6,500.
Jay's on his way back. We don't really want any more news. I don't really want to squeeze anything else out of you. There'll be nothing for the weekend.
Well, tomorrow we'll announce the dates for Goliath tomorrow, and that's obviously big news. And next week or two, I'm working on some scheduling for next year, so maybe we can get a bit of
like it.
We can get some releases going out for what's happening in Luton, Blackpool, Edinburgh, Leeds for the rest of this year.
Yeah.
Still some big events to go, but the year's flying by.
I know, yes. Yeah.
And we'll be back at the Vic for the National League playoffs before we know it. But yeah, it's just been great that we've been able to reopen and have so many people and seen so many faces you've not seen for so long. Everyone's still out and back and playing, so it's really good.
Indeed. And then we come to Coventry. First race we see is Delma. The lady of the Goliath. The lady of Goliath, Delmas, was already ready to welcome us with open arms. No, it's been excellent, and we've said it. It's been 9 years since we were here for a GUKPT. Last person to win it.
Yeah, 2012.
That's Martin Frey.
Yeah.
First person out today.
Really?
Martin Frey.
Wow.
You just can't write it.
Did he have to hand back his Phil Hellmuth world belt of poker? 9 years he was defending champion.
Yeah.
Not bad. It's not a bad run.
Not bad at all. And first out, unfortunately. But he is back in.
So you never know.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news for Coventry.
Yeah, well done, Coventry.
Brilliant. Thanks,
Cheers,
Jim.
pal.
Top man, Jim McShane, head of poker for Grosvenor, with some exciting news regarding Coventry. I weren't expecting those little beauties coming through. So Coventry is definitely Leg 2 next year.
Leg 2?
The end of February, beginning of March. There's a home game on the first Saturday, because we've already looked at the schedule for the Championship. Right. So if they're playing Tottenham in the FA Cup, you never know, you might not watch it.
Better put it down in expenditures from Towers treble.
So yes, great news. And then obviously tomorrow we do announce the dates for Goliath 2022. And a 3-year deal has been signed with the CBS Arena for Goliath, which is great news.
Tony going to get into a bit of trouble here. Flopping top pair, but outkicked by Andrew. Mitch shouldn't be putting another penny in the pot here with his pocket freeze. He's just going to get out of the way, but Tony won't be going anywhere. We'll make the call. Expect him to probably lose at least another street here. The 6 of hearts rolls off on the turn. It looks like Tony is coming in with a lead here now. 3.3, and Andrew makes the call in position. And once we're called here as Tony, a few alarm bells got to be going off in our head. The 10 of hearts on the river, and does have the ace of hearts, and bets 5k.
Table 20, seat 8.
From Tony's perspective here, what are we trying to get called by? I'm not sure whether this is, it can't be a bluff, because I doubt he bluffed this size, but it's one of them scenarios where we're never getting called by King Queen, especially against Andrew. We saw him fold the A7 earlier, and then sometimes overfolding spots, and looks like he's going to lay down the Ace King there, and Tony actually getting Andrew off of the best hand. Not that he knows it, he probably thinks he had the best hand there, Tony.
Alright, so you were helping me. Yeah. Thank you.
Back to the action here as we see an action flop for Mitch, loving the 7-6-3 straight flush draw for him. Jessica just defending the ace-10 in the big blind when Mitch is opening cut off. Maybe can incorporate some free bets in with this ace-10, but Jessica just defending and playing a pot out of position. Does have the ace of diamonds here, but not looking for back doors, just lets that one go, and Mitch flops huge, only has 8 high, but in terms of equity, monster flop for him.
Raise 23,000.
So Riggy, ace queen. Should be opening this one. Makes it 1.2. Queen jack for Andrew here. Just playing sub 30 bigs, has to get out of the way. Ace in early position. Open. And Mitch here, jack 9 suited in the hijack. Been fairly active. May put his free bet shoes on again. Nice hand to do it with as a bluff. It looks like he's opting for the less aggressive approach. I think he's just going to flat here in position. Oh no, he has free bet. Like it, like it. Definitely prefer over a flat versus Riggy open early position. And now action back on Riggy. And against some opponents, if they're really tight, and as I always talk about, they don't have any free bet bluffs, if they're just free betting their ace kings and like jacks plus, you can sometimes here make a really tight exploitable fold, but against Mitch, folding's going to be the last option. It's going to be call or 4-bet, and Riggy just going to call, play a flop out of position, but Mitch with the betting lead.
Heads up to the flop. Here's 10-6.
So Riggy playing flow, checks it over to Mitch, who on this ace 10-6, plenty of back doors, jack high here, rarely going to be the best hand in this spot, so want to be continuing. We can see that Riggy's never going to fold, but need to be betting this flop as Mitch, just from a range perspective.
Seats open,
And it does, 2.7, don't need to go big, it's perfectly fine sizing. And if we're Riggy here, I'm hoping, I've been wrong before and I'll be wrong again, but I'm hoping he's just going to call. We want to keep Mitch's bluffs in. Six of clubs on the turn. And now with Mitch, this is where decision comes, whether we want to fire again or wave the white flag. And I think we need to go for the latter here, especially against Riggy. He's opened EP, he's peeled off 3-bet out of position. There will be plenty of ace-X in there, ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10 suited. Some hands he can have though that may fold to our double barrel, or will fold I should say, like the broadways, the suited broadways that have backdoors, like the king-queen of diamonds or clubs, or the queen jack of hearts, like those type of holdings, which he would peel once, getting that price. So Mitch is coming in for a small double barrel here, and the size he's opted to choose here is specifically targeting those hands I actually just spoke about, and maybe some pocket pairs that got sticky on the flop. And Riggy getting this price makes the call. Has Mitch drawing dead here. What Mitch might actually be thinking, Tower, I've just noticed Riggy's stack size. He may have chose that size so he can set Riggy in on a river, but no, he snap checks back, gives it up, and the ace queen of Riggy takes it. Played that perfectly there, kept Mitch's bluffs in, and probably got maximum. Most he could have got out of that.
Heads up.
We'll get Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and it says follow us. Grosvenor Poker. The chip counts are out of date, but we'll get some more from PK when he does come back into the room.
It'd have got busy if you'd have flopped it.
So line 2, 5 to 5.
Lines in.
We got very busy, wasn't it? Probably stopped folding a bit on Julie folding. Just to his amazement. No, take it there. Trying not to get demons at the same time.
Tony Winge.
Yeah, it's 2 next week.
Seat number 8. Does Gerald play anymore?
I haven't seen Gerald back this year since the pandemic, so I'm not actually that sure. I actually think I spoke to Tony, I can't remember whether it was the Mini Main Manchester or the 30-30 Luton, it was one of the two, and I think he was quite ill with, I think he got the Rona or something. He was quite, he was really ill with it, but obviously wishing him well. I think he's okay now. But yeah, I'm sure we'll see him back at some point.
Cool. Heads up.
Not buying a girl.
Check.
So we've got 5-10 left of this level. That takes us into level 8 of the day. Not been too many hands on this feature table.
Not yet.
Tonight. It's been a fairly quiet one for you guys watching at home. That's just sometimes how it goes. rugby boots on her.
Yeah, exactly. That is. Surf to football.
Bench. 5,200.
1.2 on the button. I'm going to get 3 bet. Hey Stewie, because we had a camera outage that blew the server.
Yeah, Stewie. Tomorrow we're hoping everything's sorted again and be back to normal. But this is what we're going to have to make do with for the remainder of the day. All we can do is apologise. Unforeseen circumstances and
we had an outage, and it was the cameras. So the guys goes back running. We've got the action. We've got the main overview camera and the flop cam and all the action. And Jay, you don't need much else.
And Paul here, Ricky, says, you know what? Cold 4 with the 8-4 of diamonds. Just now, Phil, like Ricky doesn't look like I haven't seen Ricky get out of line. So from Phil's perspective here, we're not loving our jacks, to be honest with you. Like you expect Riggy to just call with his 10s and 9s. So from Phil's perspective here, we're probably going to think we're just in a flip situation, best case scenario. Again, 2.5 to 1 on our money. Going to make the call and take a flop here. But Riggy getting a bit fruity. 8-4 of diamonds. Cold 4. Let's see what the flop brings.
Interesting because he's hit the 8.
Yes. Now from Phil's perspective, this is fine from Riggy here, about 4K, it's very small sizing.
Cool.
From Phil's perspective here, we have got to be a bit wary. Obviously aces, kings, we are ahead of ace king. That is a hand that we do beat. Riggy just running it, Tao. He's absolutely running it.
That's 9.
I never feel that I just fold, I think. I'll just give this one up. It's just so difficult to continue here.
Well, he's got to be thinking if he just calls the 9, he's ripping the river anyway. That's the way the story's been told.
It's a really difficult spot as well, because if I'm Phil, you're sitting there, you're thinking, if Riggy has got aces or kings here, he's probably going to check back this turn, because there are 2 queens out there for a bit of pot control, but I just don't see how we can continue in this spot. And there it is, there's the fold, as expected, and I can't blame Phil for folding there, but Riggy got the moves. Got the moves in the locker.
The ringster.
Wow, was not expecting to see that. Little treat for us.
Play that 6,000.
Phil with the jacks there. I cannot say anything about his fold. I think it's the correct fold. Against that particular opponent, you don't expect him to rock up with the 8-4 of diamonds and cold 4-bet pot. It's just
Riggy, you beast.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
Oh, I thought he had a double on blackjack.
So Jess here, 10-9 suited. Want to see her open this one. It does, makes it 1.2. And Gary chooses to peel the Queen 10 off. Looks like that's going to bring Phil in on the button. And Andrew. 7 to 1 on his money, just under. Not going to be going anywhere, so he'll make the call. And three-way action. Can get some action flops with these 4 particular hands here. Nine, 7, 5. A little bit of action. Gut shot, bottom pair for Phil. Backdoor spades. Jess with a top pair flush draw, and Andrew with top pair. Has Jess out kicked, but Jess slight favourite with the flush draw. The 10 all also being good in this spot. So about 2k from her. Phil not going to be going anywhere with bottom pair and a gutter ball, backdoor spades, and Andrew 5 to 1, just under. Flop top pair, so he'll make the call as well, and it's three-way action to the turn. Ten of spades is an interesting card. How about the Queen of Hearts for Jessica? That's going to give her the check mark on the turn, and want to continue betting now. From our perspective, we want to try and get this pot built so we can potentially shove river. 5.5, like the sizing, leaving ourselves a pot size bet behind if we do get called. And Andrew now just mucks, and a nice little pick up from Jessica there. It's a nice little pot, up to just under 40k. And we've got some news on the football.
Chief reporter from Essex, Chef Brad, says it's England 1, Sterling 0. I don't know what that means. I thought we were playing Hungary. Yeah, JML, we had a massive camera outage. We realised we can't show you the 1 to 5 and 6 to 9. That'll be sorted overnight with the tech guys. We've got the live stream running, which is an achievement. So we've got the overview, and we've got the flop cam and all the betting sizes, and we've got Jay. So that's what it is. That's what it is. We don't like it, but we have a camera outage, and there's not a lot anybody could have done about it.
So Mr. Ringe getting involved with the King Jack early position. Raises to 1.2. Blinds are now up. 3-6 we're playing. And will be a break at the end of this level, the last time today.
One more break. I think you run really quick today.
Yeah, I think it's probably because of the hour we lost with the technical difficulties. It's maybe it seems like they've got a little bit quicker because of that. Commentating on less poker. Should be the only blip of the weekend. Everything will be running smoothly again tomorrow. As we see the Queen 10-7 rainbow flop up and down here for Tony, and bottom 2 here for Mitch. So a bit of action here, Tower. Definitely going to be some chips put in this pot, and Mitch with the 10-7 here might come in for a raise now. Tony definitely have plenty of Queen X in this spot with the bottom 2. Definitely a susceptible hand, getting outdrawn against certain holdings and out of position as well. Mitch decides to raise, and we don't block any of the top pairs. 6 of hearts on the turn. Shouldn't change anything. Tony may have 9-8 suited in there, but that's only 4 combos. So with Mitch, we want to continue betting here. Start getting value from Queen X, Aces, Kings, and obviously charging some draws. But from our perspective as Mitch, it looks like Tony does have like an ace, queen, king, queen, queen, jack type hand. Can have kings and aces as well. But facing this second barrel, Tony just gets out of the way with his up and down straight draw. And a nice little pick up from Mitch there.
Chip leaving table 63,000 after being knocked out by Terry Jordan a couple of hours ago. Re-entered. You answered that, Jay. I've already answered it, but obviously it wasn't clear enough. Jay, why are we watching the stream without seeing the cards or the flop? There you are.
Yeah, you yet to see the whole card still, you yet to see the flop still. The only thing that's different is we're working with 2 cameras, the flop cam and this camera here, this shot that you can see. We had a camera outage earlier for us to get all the cameras working and moving seats when the action's on the player. It's just going to take too much time. We wouldn't have a stream today, so we're going to have to make do with what we've got until close of play today, and then hopefully tomorrow it'll all be back to normal. But that's what it's down to, guys. It's these 2 camera angles, or there's not much we can do other than that, and just going to have to deal with it. We still get to see all the whole cards, we still get to see all the flops, we just don't get to see, when we go post-flop, the players. We just see the flop cam, but as I said, we're just going to have to make do today, and everything will be back up running tomorrow.
Indeed.
Gary opting to 3-bet the 8-6 suited versus Tony's UTG Open, and it's sweat with Gary because they're unaware of Tony's holding.
Flop time.
Matthew can't be in this pot, I don't think, Tower. I know he says he is, but too uninterested to be. So that's just a graphic error. I'm sure we'll get that sorted soon. There we are. So heads up.
625.
Check.
625. So level 8 of the day. Andy comes in, who made that amazing fold earlier with the A7. If you want to watch it back, I'm sure Mitch Johnson will. Later on.
Is Mitch related to Macca Pack? Well, it's just the same surname. No, yeah. Had to ask.
Absolutely.
2 very good players. Thought, same surname, you never know.
No, it's true. Both good poker players.
So top pair for Andrew, middle pair for Tony. But Andrew's going very large here, near pot size for his continuation bet. Might have something to do with his stack size, but I would have preferred around half pot, and then we can just shove turns if we want to go with it, or maybe check back turns and try and get the value on the river. But I think Tony would probably have called around half pot, but facing this particular size, he may be deterred to call this one.
Player is all in.
Says I'm all in.
Says Tony.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Gonna need to get lucky, Tony. Looking for 10s or 9s.
Lines, please.
Maybe he just thought, you know what, you got 4k back. Let's run it. Let's run with it, just in case you got King Queen or Queen Jack or something like that. Let's run it. So Tony needing a 10 or a 9 to bust Andrew. Andrew fading them outs. Go to the river. And it's a 3, so there's a double up for Andrew Probin in seat 5.
Nice one, Andrew.
And England are 2-0 up. Chef Brad,
Our
Harry
intrepid
Kane.
reporter says 2-0 to England, and he's going to Wembley on Sunday. What for? Is there a Master Chef challenge or something like that? What's that?
I don't know. Maybe someone's getting married at Wembley and he's doing a wedding.
Minvius says, does someone know, can we do re-entry with online tickets in this event? I'm guessing yes. I'll get confirmation.
Yeah,
but
I think you can,
yes.
because the way it works, your online ticket will be on the client. You just go to the cash desk, you say I've got a ticket, whether it be your re-entry or your first bullet, and then you're in.
Yeah. If you've got an online ticket for this, you can have a re-entry with your token. Yes.
Check. Player bets 1,000.
So Riggy finds the Kings.
So yeah, if you have an online token, you will be able to use it as a re-entry.
I think he's like leaving tomorrow or something. Yeah. How would that work for the second qualifier in the United game? How would it work? The 5 days to not between the I think they had one more game.
That's only just flatten the ace jack in the small.
That second headline.
Queen 4-4, 2 diamonds. And Riggy checks this one behind. A little bit of deception, like it. Always talk about it. Probably too much, but need to drill it in. How important it is not to just always bet your over pairs. You need to incorporate some checks, and the paired boards are the best boards to do it on. As I say, one of them situations where you're either well in front or well behind, and then you can induce some bluffs from your opponent, like he's done here from Tony. And this jack on the river, Tony now got a bit of showdown. He's going to check it over to Riggy, and no, he's not going to check it over to Riggy. He's going to come in for a little bet here, and if it's a really small size, I'd like to see Riggy raise this tower. Tony just can't have a 4 in this spot, peeling out the small blind. Only hand was really worried about pocket 7s, pocket 4s. So this is really nice from Riggy, the way he's played this hand. Again, looks like he's going to get maximum. Even if Tony don't call, he's got a little extra 3.5k out of him that he wouldn't have got if he bet flop. They're in the tank, but what's going through Tony's head now, he might be thinking, this is why it's so important, he's probably thinking, why is he not bet flop here with a Queen X type hand? And obviously we've got the next best hand, Ace Jack after a Queen, so Tony might actually pay this one off. And that's why it's so good to mix it up all the time. It puts people in harder spots, and it's very hard for him to put you on a hand in every scenario. And that's what's going to be going through Tony's head right now. It all comes down to that check back on the flop from Riggy, and if Tony pays this off, it's all down to that.
Just wait for the game. Raise 1,300.
I think he pays him.
Fold.
There we go. And once again, Riggy getting maximum, playing the hand perfectly, and Tony.
I was right and I still called it. I was right and I still called it.
Call.
It's gone after.
Heads up.
Gone on lows. What's the side?
Check. Check.
JJ says, is parking free at the Grosvenor Casino for this? Yes, it is, but you need to put your registration number into the computer inside the casino, and then it is waived. Obviously, for the hotel, if you just stay in the hotel and don't go into the casino, there's a charge. There's a charge on match days, there's a charge if you just come to park here. But if you stick in your reg plate in the computer that's here, you'll get it waived. Riggy's playing super well. He's a good player, Riggy. He used to be an online tutor as well, did Riggy?
So Tony here, shoving the button with the ace-4 for 16k. And Jess wakes up with jacks in the small, and 5 would actually now do the trick, as well as a queen for a chop. And it's a 10, so we're going to lose Tony Ringe there.
Unlucky, Tony.
Yeah, it's a bit, it's 27, 28 big blinds, shoving ace-4 off on the button. You just want to be opening that, click it, try and win the blinds. If there's a bit of fight back, just fold. Hour clock, 27 big blinds is huge. It's an enormous amount of chips tower.
John Motson from Essex says it's England 3, Hungary 0.
Yeah, a little gift for Jess there.
Raise 4,500. Fold.
So we got Riggy opening the deuces under the gun, making it 1.4. And I like this from Mitch, good free bet, suited Will Ace, one of the best candidates for our free bet bluffs. Got the ace in there for removal, and obviously nice playability, and also got position on the opener. With this deep, Riggy wants to be calling. Got plenty of implied odds. Times that Mitch does have a big hand and we make our set, can potentially win a very big pot. And look at this flop tower.
5, 6, 2 hearts. Let's pick a flop, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
This is enormous.
This could be huge.
And they're both so deep as well.
Yeah, I know. And if we're Mitch here, coming in for continue, you expect then Riggy just playing it slow at the moment. The Jack of Spades on the turn. So interesting to see whether Mitch is going to take a free one or if he's going to continue telling the story that he's got a monster, queens, kings or aces here. Even a hand like ace jack that maybe potentially free bet and picked up this top pair on the turn. But thinking about Riggy's range here, hands that he calls flop with, maybe some flush draws in there. There shouldn't be too much jack X other than the jack X of hearts, but maybe a large part of Riggy's range has like 7s, 8s, 9s and 10s. So Mitch coming in for an 8.5k bet. As well as some potential floats, I guess, that he may have. But mainly, I guess we're targeting the pocket pairs, maybe the floats, some worse hearts. It looks like Riggy is now going to count out some raising chips.
Yeah.
Thinking to himself, okay, Mitch can definitely have queens, kings and aces in this spot, so we're going to try and get some value from those particular holdings now.
Which is 23,000.
And once we get raised here as Mitch, got to start thinking of Riggy's value range. So Mitch will be aware that Riggy's never raising one pair or worse in this spot, unless it's a hand like 5x of hearts or jack x of hearts. So Mitch will have that going through his head. So in terms of value hands, it's fairly condensed. It's deuces, 5s, 6s, and that's about it. Maybe some slow played aces, but we've got an ace in our hands, so we halve the combos of that. But personally, from Mitch's perspective here, it's hard for Riggy to actually have too many value hands. It's just the sets. And because of that, I don't know, Mitch may just go for it here. Be like, if you've got the set, we've still got heaps of equity. And if you haven't, we're going to take this pot away from you now. So interesting to see how he proceeds. He's having a look at Riggy's stack, and That's key in this spot as well. Has Riggy left himself enough behind to get him off a hand here? But if Mitch shoves here, it's all it's down to is Riggy's repping sets, and basically that's it. But he's just going to flat. He's just going to flat and see a river in position.
The river is the heart. It's there. The flush has hit the river.
Riggy's played so well all session. He's all in. He sees the ace-3 of hearts. Snap call from Mitch, and Riggy is going to be left on fumes. What a cold deck that was. 3-bet pot, and it comes 6-5 deuce, 2 hearts, set versus combo draw. And that is just a cold deck for Riggy. Played so well this session. There's no justice in this game.
Been eliminated in the last session. It's a chip lead on the table, and Riggy has played so well. But it looks like the lot has gone. We're just checking his stack. The chip count slightly wrong. Riggy played ever so well, and he bossed the table, but has just been eliminated by a bit of a sickener for Paul Rigg, taken out by Mitch Johnson. Flops the set. Mitch rivers that flush. Unlucky Riggy, but Mitch Johnson up to 130,000. He just shows you, Jay. It just takes one hand.
I know, that's the thing about this game. It's crazy, Tower, and tournament poker is a beast. There's so many things you need to go right to run deep in the tournament, no matter how good you are. Sifo says, missed that hand, what happened? Basically, 3-bet pot, ace-3 of hearts versus deuces, 6-5 deuce, 2 hearts, bet, call, check, bet, raise, call, shove, call on the river, and yeah, the flush come on the river, and Riggy just moved all in with the set. And I actually like this. I really like the shove from Riggy as well. You're probably thinking, yes, the flush has got there, but if we check to Mitch, we're not folding, are we? If we check to Mitch, we're not folding our set, so we might as well shove to try and get value from the aces, kings, and queens as well. So nothing wrong with that. It's hard to give Mitch credit for a flush as well, especially in a 3-bet pot where combos are going to be reduced. Jessica flopping bottom 2, and going to pick that one up. Gary. Oh, okay, they're back. They're back.
They are back.
There we are.
He's not folding the boots for anybody. Not anybody.
1.5 boots. Gets the fem from the big blind. 10-5 deuce a rainbow. So Gary expecting to continue, and very hard for Mitch to continue in this pot. We are wrapped round the 10, but just with Jack High facing Gary's continuation bet. Should be job done.
Play about 6,000. Showdown.
Generally thought. Probably gonna follow that, isn't it?
2, 5, 10 on the flop.
I say job done, Tower, but Mitch here just decides to raise this. Guess just trying to get Gary to fold like an ace high hand, but as always say, not really credibly representing much. 10-5 suited, 10 deuce suited, 5 deuce suited. And on this 5 turn, our value range now decreases even more once it's 5 pairs. Set of 5s, now only 1 combo. And as well as the 2 pairs that contain a 5, they get reduced as well. So Mitch does decide to check this over to Gary. Been called on the flop and done with the hand. 6 of spades on the river, and the only plausible bluff, or the main one you expect, obviously there'll be some gut shots in there with backdoors, but the 3-4's got there, and this might be why Mitch is coming in for a bet, and you're going to get snapped off with the aces in this scenario, but 4.5, I guess he was just targeting like an ace high hand. Thinking from Gary's perspective, Gary would think once his 6 rolls off, the bluffs now make a pair or a straight, but Mitch just had air ball in that scenario. Nice little pick up for Gary with the aces. Like the check back on the turn as well, should mention that. Mitch flying now after that huge pot versus Riggy.
So good evening, wherever you may be, wherever you're watching from. Live stream of GUKPT Coventry, day 1A. Finishes around about 12:15 in the morning. We have just over 30 minutes to go until the end of this session. One more break, and then the final session with us.
Seat open, table 20, seat 3. Thank you.
Phil 10-8 suited in the cut-off, wants to be opening this one, and Andrew with the ace-3 suited on the button decides to call. Versus cut-off open here. I think these will hands are very good free-bet candidates. But Andrew just wanting to see a flop for cheap with position. Matt's coming along in the big blind as well. But lovely hand, 9-8 suited. Three-way action to the flop of ace, king, 10, a rainbow. And Phil continuing. This board's going to be better for him. He has all the strong hands here, aces, kings, 10s, ace, king, ace, 10. Catalogue of hands here in his range. 7 of clubs on the turn, and this is a very, very good double barrel candidate from us. And if Phil's been getting fed information, Andrew has been overfolding in certain spots, and for that reason, I think if we're Phil here, got to be double barreling this. You expect Andrew, the way he's been playing, if he's got a 2-pair plus hand or queen, maybe queen jack flats, but that's about it. I think the only hand we're worried about here is Phil is queen jack, and come in for a double barrel, start targeting some king x, some worse eight, some bad ace x, and knowing that Andrew can make big folds and bet a 6k. And I'd love to see Andrew call here and a brick river come and see if Phil's going to unload the clip or not. But if you're in Andrew's shoes here and you're sitting here with an ace, you need to understand that you are only ahead of a bluff. What bluffs has your opponent got here? And what value does he have? And in this scenario, it's just heaps of value, heaps. It's so hard to continue. And regarding bluffs, you don't really think there's too many out there. A hand like king, queen, king, jack's probably going to check flop. 10 jack, 10 queen probably going to check flop as well. So there's not really too much we beat from Andrew's perspective, other than a hand like this, like a 10x of clubs, or like a jack 9 of clubs, queen x of clubs, this open late position. Jack 9 that's just turned a double gutter.
Oh, then he moves
wow,
in.
He's just moved it in. It just seems like his reads are on point.
Put the pressure straight back on Phil in seat 3.
That's all it is. Reads on point today from Andrew. And Phil getting 3-1 on his money, needs 25% equity. Assuming his 10, 8 and club are all live, we're actually getting more than a break-even price here from Phil's perspective. But the problem we've got, it is half our stack. And if he has been getting fed information, Andrew has played fairly snug. So some of the time, our 8 won't be live here, and we will just be drawing to a 10 or a club. And the times we are up against Queen Jack as well, it's just a club we are drawing to, and then our price is incorrect. But with what we can see, he won't know it, knowing that the 10, 8 and clubs are all live. Making this call would be fine, but if he's thinking about Andrew, how he's played, if he thinks maybe he's just got Queen Jack here and we're just drawing to a club, he might let it go. But if I'm Phil here, especially if we've got multiple bullets, I'm still going to be putting in half my stack here. Getting 3.5 to 1 on our money. Sorry, it's just been corrected. Andrew actually shoving for 19.5, so it's less than 3 to 1. I'm not shoving for 16, shoving for 19.5. So 13.5k. So just about 2.8 to 1 on our money here. So it's going to go up a bit more. We're going to need a bit more percentage, just under 30%. And just pretty much a maths equation here for Phil. Figure out what's in the pot, figure out how many outs we perceive to have versus range of hands Andrew's meant to have. But sometimes what comes into people's head in this situation is, if I've only got one bullet, this is my only thing. If I miss, I've got half my stack. I've still got a starting stack here. I don't want to put it in with just the 10.
He makes the call. He makes the call.
Yeah, he'll be chuffed to see the hand Andrew's got. He'll be chuffed to see that, because he knows, he'll know now, or at least he should do, that this is the correct call with the amount of outs he has in this scenario.
The river.
10-8 club. It's a queen.
Queen is
faded the lot.
Fades the lot.
1,400.
Oh, did you say it?
That's up.
So Andrew playing well up to 50,000 after he fades all the outs on the river. Mitch chip leader on the table. 116,000. And an intrepid football reporter says it's England 4-0. Line C6. Half an hour to go till the end of this session.
14, yeah, and
Huh? What?
You see. 3-4 spades.
really? Oh, and a jack.
Huh?
But once Mitch checks, it gives me a done, doesn't it? Nice.
Got it, under the gun. Steve Warburton at the table. Jamie Nixon now at the table with 68,000. Quick update on the satellite. Shows us that the satellite has taken £10,275. So almost treble the guarantee. 137 runners in the side event of the Super Satellite. £80 in, re-entries available, took 10.3. Full rundown of how many seats that is, plus if there's any spare cash at the end. 166 have played the main so far. 166. We're down to 56 players. Prize pool is currently 132,000. $396 on the flop. Checked 3 of clubs on the turn. Gary's going to have to bet at some point to try and build a small pot.
What's that? Can we have a look on the laptop? Alright, on the iPad.
Here comes the T-boy. Thank you, young man.
Do you just bring that over? Sorry? Do you just bring that over?
No, only 1 3, one, whatever it is, 1 4.
Ace-3 suited for Andrew in the low jack, makes it 1.6. And that's probably going to be raise and take. Gary near 3x this open. May have pilled if it was a min race, but okay, he is going to pill the 5 deuce for an extra 1k.
10 jack 7, 2 spades.
Maybe a board that Andrew may just give up with on this Jack 10-7, but he's going to come in for the C-bet. Will get the job done in this particular case. 3.5. Huge continue size yet again from Andrew. Opted for near pot earlier with his C-bet, and he's following suit again this hand.
So we've got Steve Warburton in seat 2 and Jamie Nixon in seat 4.
Now this table just got a little bit tougher.
Yep.
it makes it 1.4, 112k. Lovely stack at this stage. Stephen defending, I should say Steve, defending Jack 5 suited in the big.
As you do. Stephen. Nobody often call him Stephen.
No, we don't, do we?
I don't think I've seen a Stephen Warburton before.
I don't know one. And continue for Mitch and Steve just going to have to get out of the way.
We can press buttons. Oh, no, we can't.
oh, there we are. National League for everyone.
I just want to show you that because we got the updated National League earlier, and that's to show where we're standing right now with Ewan McNicholas, who's playing today.
Yes.
Ben T playing today.
Playing today as well.
I'm guessing Makapak will be playing tomorrow because he only lives 10 minutes away. Guy Taylor's here all week.
He's playing tomorrow.
Span's playing tomorrow. They're in the top 5. You know, it's a very good leaderboard. Riggy's just been knocked out, but he'll be on his way back, I'm sure, tomorrow. But it's a great leaderboard. It really is, and it's building up nicely for the £20,000 sponsorship package. So that'll be interesting to see with the guys and where they stand. But that is a bang up to date, updated National Poker League.
Liam Johnston, seat available on 1 3 That's Liam Johnston, seat available on 1 3 We'll enter please Kyle Greenway, seat available on 1 2.
Yes, going for Matthew in seat number 7, Mark Bushels. Steve in seat number 2. Sees a flop of 766, 2 hearts.
I expect Matt to continue this most of the time, but opting to check this one over to Steve, which is king high. Just checked behind. 5 spades on the turn. Now Matt deciding whether he wants to come in for delayed c-bet, but once again check over to Steve, who also checks behind. Let's see, ace on the river. So Matt makes the best hand, and can't see this going any other way than a bet fold.
Frank, are these coming up over here? Are these coming up?
I come to 15 is 20. It's 10, 18, 20.
Yeah.
In my head, it's at grand. Now it's 2 grand.
Mitch, 115,000. Great stack. Gary's 86,000. Jamie Nixon comes to the table. Shame Jamie's not come to the table for the final session because we only get to see him for 20 minutes.
Hopefully we see him on day 3, Tower.
Absolutely. When you can have a 5 running.
Yep. Yeah, day 3, there is a sports book open on the client. You can bet on the remaining players left in, have a little flag, have the sweat live on the live stream.
Razor Kev's got £5.50 to put on somebody on Sunday.
He's actually got £25.50 because I am a scorer as well from the last. Yeah, I know, probably not after
anymore,
this.
you don't.
Oh, what was it? 370 entries, he said.
370 entries.
We've nearly had 185 today. 2 more flights left.
Even I wanted a pound a point over, and that's me.
So Matt raising the ace-10 makes it 1.6. Gary pocket 7s in the hijack. Just going to call here, and Steve with the ace-10 suited in the cut-off. Both options open to him. Potential squeeze, or just call, take flop in position. Could always squeeze this up to around 6.5. That sort of remit. Depends, obviously, if we perceive Matt to be a player that can open a lot of hands, even from early position. Looks like he's just taking the discipline line. Ah, okay. I thought you folded then, Tower. I was going to say, but there is the free bet. Makes it 4.5. Which is a bit on the small side here. It might just be because of his stack size. Wanting to just be able to get out of the way of it and not invest too much if he is 4-bet. But comes back round to Gary here, and Gary being this deep with Matt closing the action with a pocket pair should be something here potentially for a huge pair. It does come at a 7. Well, it's not a 7, but it's probably the best flop we can get other than a 7.
You can absolutely see when you've got 7. Probably not 7, 7, 3.
When this is checked to Steve here, I'd be pretty surprised how he does come in for a continue on this particular board just to do with range. Oh wow, Matt's coming in for a donk in a 3-bet pot with absolute airballs. I haven't seen many donk leads today, but that's the first one, 5.2. Like, from a range perspective, it's like, I don't mind it, but obviously you've got to be wary of Steve's range. He's got all the overpairs in his range in this spot. It could just be, especially with Steve's stack size as well, facing a donk of this size, he could just potentially whip in with his overpairs and just burn 5k. But obviously Matt will know what he's up to, and there we go. He knows what he's up to. Exactly. he knew the ace was coming on the turn. Ping. Is he going to continue betting?
Check.
He comes in with a check.
Check.
I think Gary's going to take a little free one here. See if we can ping the 9 or the 4 or even a 7.
Matthew, a tick.
We're going to be at 40. 800 big lines.
Now he's going to come in for some value. That's 6.7, tiny size, around quarter pot. Really trying to eke some value out of his opponent, but from Gary's perspective here, not much now. the donk on the flop's quite strange though. It does might be spinning Gary out a bit. Like hands that you expect to donk this flop shouldn't really be betting this river other than sets which you expect to continue turn. So it's a bit like, what's going on here? And Gary might actually be thinking about, with 2 7s in his hand, I know there shouldn't really be 7-9 or 7-4 out there in a 3-bet pot, but maybe thinking of raising. But I can't see how we can call in this spot as Gary. It's fold or raise, and there we go, there's the fold.
There is the fold.
Chiesa, no, it was a 3-bet from Warbs. It went raise from Matt in seat 8, flat from Gary in seat 1, and Warbs come in for a 4.5k 3-bet. And it went call, so Warbs was the pre-flop aggressor. It was a 3-bet pot.
50,000 closer on Monday on the Grosvenor client. 50,000 guarantee, £110 in, and the winner of the GUKPT free roll, live stream free roll, will get a ticket into that said event. Well done to everybody who played the Goliath online. 30-30 round 3 satellites and online day 1 is next week. GUKPT leads online, satellites running all day long. The monthly rate race, which has just started as we're at the beginning of September. And if you fancy a bit of free poker, every day there's free rolls on Grosvenor Book. Plenty going on online as well as watching the live stream. Heads up to the flop. Raised by Matthew and Nicole. Ace King 4. This Ace Queen's pretty good for Matthew.
Snap fold from Mitch. Getting out of line, just letting that one go. Smashes the hands that Matt should be opening from that position. We've got 10 minutes left on the clock, guys, before we move out on the final 15-minute break of the day. It's been a pretty quiet one. We haven't really had too many hands to get really indulged in, but it's sometimes it's the way it goes. Can't always get action hands or people running mad bluffs. It's the way the deck falls sometimes, but hopefully the last session we'll have a bit more action going on. Not really been many huge pots. Probably the biggest one we saw was this session between Riggy and Mitch in seat 6, the set versus combo draw, and that was a huge pot.
Was that the correct call on the turn?
It's close. It depends. Like I said about Mitch, maybe he might just stick it in here because if Riggy's at it, or we could potentially get Riggy to fold some hands. All that Riggy can really call off with in that scenario are the sets, and there's obviously it's hard to make a set, and the times he does have that set, we've still got 12 clean outs to win the pot. But the price he was getting, it's I can't actually remember what price he was getting on the turn, but if he was just getting a break-even price, then yeah, I guess we can just call in position, see a river, and then fold and preserve our stack the times that we don't hit the 5 or the heart. Queen 10 8, 2 spades. So Matthew flopping the flush draw, Andrew with gut shot, 10 of diamonds on the turn. Jack of clubs on the river, so the ace-9 does make a straight for Andrew here. A little double check my old cards. Yeah, I've got the 9.
1,700.
Not really been much action. Hard to see what we're trying to get called by here as Andrew. Probably if I'm here, I'll go very, very small in this spot. Value betting, always thinking about hands that you're trying to get called by, what size is going to attack that range of your opponent best, and the way this hand's played when it's been checked to us 3 times here, it just doesn't look like they've got much. So in these sort of scenarios, sometimes we can induce from the opponent, and obviously we can get heroed when they are getting an attractive price.
Well, there's 6,000 from Wolves.
Andrew just going to snap this off, and does. And Steve went for it. Andrew makes the call. Sorry, I thought Warbs had actually checked to Andrew and action was on him. I thought he was considering value betting, but Warbs went for the over bet there. That's like the opposite, flip side of what I just said. The reason Warbs has gone so big there is because it's so hard for someone to have something. So he's obviously attacking that part of the range. People aren't going to call pot size bet with just 2 pair on a 4-liner, but unfortunately for him, Andrew just did have the 9 there. As we approach the end of the session.
All in manoeuvre from the shorty with ace 10.
This is fine from us here. Over the open.
Gary calls.
Yeah, has to tower. Phil should have deuces, 3s, 4s in his range here. So got a call here as Gary for another 9 big blinds with a pocket pair, and it's flip time.
King 9.
Ace 10 does have some back doors, but needs to hit. That doesn't help, so drawing to just an ace or a 10.
Here goes the ace from space.
Yeah, it's a 7, so the 5's going to bust the ace 10, and we're going to lose another one.
Sorry, Phil. In seat number 3. Gary Miller is in seat number 1.
2 players.
Seat open. 5 minutes to go until the end of this session. Table 14, moving 2. Yeah, Mickey Spain says Albert and Terry provided the entertainment. Well, certainly with Terry we know all about 150,000 to 0 in the same session. Albert's just Albert. Moans and groans that everybody hits and he never does.
Oh, was there? Oh, I've not heard that. I only heard about 2 hours ago.
So Mitch here, ace jack. Looking at Stephen's stack here, Stephen playing 26, 27 bigs around that remit here. So with Mitch here, probably just going to opt to flat here tower. It's not too nice when we 3-bet and Stephen 4-bet rips. So I like the decision from Mitch here to just call. Very aware of stack size, which is good to see. And action going to be on Jess in the big blind, who is getting 5.5 to 1 the money with the 8-6 closing the action. Thinks better of it and heads up between Stephen and Mitch. Stephen with the better lead, but Mitch with position and with a dominating hand.
Queen 4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Just the 3 outs. For Stephen, we have opportunities obviously, but Wolves. No. Needs to hit it.
Yeah, There's Stephen here, Tal. I'd like to see a delay continue here. I know we can see Mitch is going to call with the ace-jack, but on this jack turn after Mitch checks back, can potentially have lots of pocket pairs in there, some suited ace-x. So, I'm Stephen here, and I'm probably going to be coming with a which I like. 3.2 into 3, so if we're going to 3/4 pot, and Mitch definitely going to be calling here with position.
I've even got an empty pal back
800.
Damn pesky games.
7 spades on the river. I think if it was a heart, we might have seen Stephen come in for the double barrel. But on this 7 of spades, with the ace of hearts in our hand, you expect Mitch to bet a lot of his diamond draws on the flop. Harder for him to have a heart draw because we have that ace of hearts in our hand. So a lot of the time his hand is going to be what it is in this situation, which is Jack X, and that's why I like the check here from Stephen. It's going to be very difficult to get Jack X to fold once flop's gone check. So just understanding where he's at in the hand and not choosing to go for it. And if we're Mitch here, a little bit of thin value could be on the cards, but checks behind. So you've got to think what we're trying to get called by as well as Mitch there. And just happy to take the pot. And that looks like, is that break? Is it break? Everyone's getting, oh, one person got up. Quick deal of change for the last hand.
Just a time thing. Good evening.
Oh, Gary's back. He was off on his break. He's realised there's one more hand. Back he comes in the big blind.
And pick up his aces. What would he have missed? They were thinking, oh, the aces.
$2,500.
Go on then, stick it on. Press them buttons if you think it's going to be last hand again. You got it wrong last time.
Well, yeah, but it was close. I didn't remember the dealer said, the trick said there's no time. There's no time.
Yeah, seen it. Yes.
So Mitch making it 1.4 to go.
Yes, this could be the last hand. It's been another good session. We've got one more session after this, after the 15-minute break. Come back and join us.
What a flop for Gary. 4-3 of spades. Flops a flush.
But what has Mitch got?
Unaware of Mitch is holding. But if we're Gary now, we just have to be leading at this spot more often than not. We want to start trying to get some value from our hand after flops check through. But Jessica's actually going to be the one to lead at it with second pair. And Gary with the 4-3 of spades. Be very surprised to see him do anything else but raise here, but looks like he is going to call.
Yeah, just call. Mitch gets out of the way.
Spade a very bad river for our
his
hand.
Great session.
It's a 9 on the river. So if we're Jess here now, we have a pretty clear check. Just got second pair, plenty of showdown. We'll be checking it over to Gary. And this is where the spot's going to occur for us as Jessica. And I guess
making about 3k.
Definitely some merit to flatten as well for that reason. It's a bit deceptive, and on the river when it does brick out, it can look a lot like we've
very
got
big. 7,000.
And maybe trying to rep like a missed spade draw, like a king of spades or ace of spades bear in our hand, and perhaps trying to make it look a little bit bluffy. So maybe Jessica looks him up a little bit lighter. And I guess that is, going back to the turn play, one of the merits of just flattening this hand here in position. The time it does brick out on river, we can incredibly rep bluffs as well. But there's the fold from Jessica. Fold, and we'll be back in 15 minutes, guys. See you then.
Indeed, we'll see you in 15.
Obviously, Gary Fish was the first ever have a winner, the first winner of late night poker. And weirdly, he knocked me out with quad tens in the final. The same hand that Jennifer Harman knocked me out in that we were talking about earlier. So anyway, he knocked me out in the final and he went on to win it.
Yeah.
And the show became a cult success. Everybody was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the final in the first series got 2 million viewers on Channel 4 going out at midnight on a Friday night.
You do well to get that there.
Well, at the time, Brookside was the #1 show on Channel 4. Andy Booth will know Brookside because it's filmed in a certain part of the UK. And Brookside would get they would get the figures, but they used to have an omnibus on the Saturday, and Brookside figures for that week, including the omnibus, were behind late night poker figures for the final. 2 million viewers. So it became a cult success. And what happened, Phil, was now all of a sudden everybody wanted to be on the show.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to be on the show. But there were only 40 or 50 players on the show. And because we had supported the show from the start, we were kind of grandfathered in, and we were the first ones to be invited back. So we got to be, I mean, originally there were 6 series of late night poker. They had later adaptations that they called different things, but there were 6 series of late night poker originally. I made 3 finals, and Dave Colclough and I are tied for the record number of late night poker shows that we've been on.
Like it. Was it a 6-handed final, the first one?
No, it was 8-handed.
8-handed. Yeah. I'm going to run you through the first ever final table.
Sorry, say that again, Phil?
I'm going to run you through the first ever 8 players.
Go on then.
On the final. Dave Elliott, the Devilfish. Pete Evans.
Brian McNally.
No. Dave Welsh.
Yes.
Surinder Soonar.
Yes.
Liam Flood. Mr. Beavers. Joe Fernandez. And Malcolm Harwood. Malcolm Harwood. Now, tell you what,
there's a few old school players in that lot.
If we're touching on old school, they are old school. Unbelievable. That is a fantastic final. I tell you what, that is a quality. And you all became friends and probably still friends with everybody that's still playing as well.
I'll tell you what happened. There was a big change that happened was when, as time went on, the first 6 series were the original 6 series. But as time went on, they started to get branding. It was sponsored by different online poker sites. Yeah. And they also started filming at the Welsh filming ITV offices because they needed bigger things. They needed a bigger studio and more people and stuff.
Yeah.
And they increased the buy-ins and they messed around with it a bit. But what would happen was the late night poker family changed. Because, like I say, in the first series and the second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth series, we'd turn up on the Monday, we'd only play 1 heat, and the semi and the final. But everybody would watch everybody else's heat in the green room. We'd order pizza, we'd drink wine and beer, it would be a fun thing. We'd all go out for dinner together. But what happened in the later late night poker is when the Americans got involved, they would fly in, turn up, play their heat, disappear. So the whole family became very disjointed, and the fun part of late night poker disappeared.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't getting 2 million viewers anymore, and there were sponsors involved. And then Channel 4 didn't want to pay for the production, and the sponsors started to disappear in poker as the poker economy evolved.
Yeah.
And the show died.
Moving on, I think most people just watching the late night poker, and if it was repeated, people would still watch it. I'm convinced that people would love to see the early technology and you guys sitting there with a fire. You're just smoking away and you're having a drink at the table.
It's almost compulsory. It's almost compulsory. They made Vicky and I made sure that we had cigarettes when we played. I remember, Phil, just a very quick anecdote. We were playing at the Commerce. We'd been to the Commerce. This is a few years later. And I don't know if you've ever been to the Commerce. Huge poker room in LA. Now on the wall there's 4 TV screens, and each TV screen is roughly the size of a football pitch. They are the biggest TV screens I've ever seen. And they would have like 4 different games, baseball, basketball, on the American football on these screens. Now, as I walked into the room one day, they had one thing on the 4 screens. They'd joined the 4 screens together to make one image. And it was Ram Vaswani again on the screen. And as I sat down to play, I looked up and it was Fox Sports had bought Late Night Poker, and they were showing one of the shows that Ram was in, and he was on all 4 screens. And the American guy, as I sat down, he turned to his friend and he went, "Those Brits, they copy everything that we do. We had the WPT, and look at them, now they've got their own poker show." This is what I was saying before, but Late Night Poker was first. It was the first ever poker show.
Yeah, and it was an absolute classic. And like I say, if it was on TV right now, we would still be watching it. This is fabulous. I'm absolutely loving with this. Back with part 4 very soon. And now with the tower, part 4. The legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers is right over there. The British Open 2002 PLO, you won it for 25,000. It was the biggest win so far. PLO, was it and is it still your favourite game?
I think when I first started playing Hold'em, okay, like I say, we learnt by playing, and we would share, we'd talk to each other, and we would do things that didn't have names. We would play squeeze plays, but it wasn't called a squeeze play. It was just something that Ram worked out once and told us, and it worked, and we did it. What's happened in Hold'em is it's kind of been solved. There's so many players that are far more dedicated and far better than I'll ever be now. And you know, I can still play okay. I think I think I do okay still, but players they've solved Hold'em with all their trackers and everything else, and you know, all the game theory and players, like Andy Hills and Richard Trigg. You know, it's hard to compete. Whereas in Omaha, it's kind of like it used to be for me. People still make elementary mistakes. People still overvalue their hands. People still misplay from position. People don't understand. It hasn't been, I mean, yes, there's lots of learning aids, but people don't, there's lots of people that play that make mistakes that they shouldn't make. Whereas the overall field in Hold'em, there's the percentage of really good players in Hold'em is far greater than the percentage of really good players in Omaha. So when I sit in an Omaha tournament or a Hold'em tournament, I'm much more likely to win and to do better in the Omaha tournament. And it's something that I enjoy. I have various things that I do that worked 15, 20 years ago that still work today. It's hard to say that about Hold'em. So yeah, I kind of do prefer it. It's definitely my preferred cash variant for sure.
Moving on to the year after. I tell you what, 2003. You're talking about players that can't play Omaha. What about the guy that could play snooker, but unfortunately didn't win the world title? Probably the greatest player of all time never to win the world title. But had you heads up for a lot of money in the poker?
Yeah, I mean, people might remember the Poker Million. The original Poker Million took place on the Isle of Man in 2000. TV. It was actually, the final was actually done live. Barney Boatman was in the final. Tony Bloom was in the final, and it was won by a very good friend of ours, John Duffy. £1 million prize money. And then there was supposed to be a Poker Million in 2003 at the Hilton Metropole on the Edgware Road. But this is before the 2005 Gaming Act. And there were lots of rumours that the police were going to come in and they were going to bust it up. Things like tons, temporary use notices that they have now when they hold events in hotels in the UK didn't exist then. And the organisers of the Poker Million got a little bit of cold feet and they cancelled the event. Now that was, I think that might have been in 2001 or 2002. Now in 2003, they decided to bring the Poker Million back, but they called it Poker Million the Masters. And it was a slightly smaller buy-in and a slightly smaller prize money, but it was made for TV. And this is the event that you're talking about. So I played the event and I got heads up with Jimmy White. Now, I had a chip lead on him, and he was an okay player, but I was pretty confident I was going to beat him. And we played and we played and we played. Anyway, I set him in, and he folded, and I set him in again, and he folded. And then I set him in, I think I had ace-10, and he called me with the 6-4 of spades. I had 2/3 of the chips, maybe a little bit less, and he had 1/3 of the chips. But the blinds were big, and he's either limped or made a small raise, and I've moved all in, and he's called me with the 6-4 of spades. And the board ran out, and he either rivered a 4 or rivered a 6 to beat me. And I said to him afterwards, when I was chatting to him, I said, Jimmy, why did you call all your chips off with the 6-4 of spades? He said, Joe, he said, you don't understand. He said, 3 hands earlier, you moved all in, and I had the 6-4 of spades. And it's one of my most favourite hands. I wasn't passing it twice. And that's why he called with the 6-4 of spades. But I remember the trophy, right? The trophy for this tournament was one of the nicest trophies I've ever seen. It was about this big, and it was metal, and it had the cards with the 4 suits, Poker Million, the Masters. It was a really, really, really amazing trophy. Anyway, I'm stood at the back. I was still in the main studio. We're obviously all mic'd up. I think we're wearing heart monitors. And Jimmy is across the studio on the other side of the poker table. And he's doing an interview with Barry Hearn, and they're presenting Jimmy the trophy. And as they present him the trophy, my then girlfriend, who is now my wife, Claire, she walked in at the back of the studio. And she came to me and she said, oh, unlucky, Joe, unlucky. And as they presented Jimmy the trophy, I whispered in Claire's ear, I wanted that effing trophy. But I actually said the word instead of saying effing. I said, look at it. I said, look at that trophy. I wanted that effing trophy. What I didn't realise was my mic was still on.
Oh.
It was still broadcasting live on Sky. And if you go to YouTube and you find Jimmy being presented this trophy, there's a clip of him on YouTube being presented this Poker Million, the Masters. And as Barry Hearn hands in the trophy, you can hear this voice that says, I wanted that effing trophy. Anyway, that's me in the background.
But 2003 wasn't all bad, because you then went to Dublin, one of the finest places in the entire world to play poker. And you managed to
But there's later. Raise 5,000.
So we're on. Jay's over there. We've got the chip counts. Let's go through it. Rich Simmons, Jay Yerby, Leon Campbell, Natalie Bromley, Cody Wagner, Ali in seat number 6, George Beddy in 7, Rich Hasnip and Dan Rogers in seat number 9. We're ready. We are just about to start the final session of the day. And here he is, running back. Look at that.
There we are.
Sweat
We're good.
dripping.
We're good.
You downed it?
Yeah.
Good lad.
Couldn't leave you here by yourself to start the session.
No.
Couldn't miss the first hand.
We We couldn't miss the first stand. Diana Woods on Facebook says, why did they call me the Tower? I live in Blackpool and I'm a bit tall. That's really literally it.
That works.
It was the names that when forums started out, before Facebook, before Twitter and all that malarkey, you needed an alias to join poker forums. And somebody said, why don't you call yourself the Tower? So I did.
There you go.
And it literally is just that, because back in the day, poker forums were all the rage. You had to be a member of one. The only reason. And I ate a lot of trifles.
It's a trifle tower.
Yeah, I ate a lot of trifles. That was it, really.
I've never heard that before.
I used to eat a lot of trifle, and that was it. But no, back in the day, when all the poker forums just started, that was one of the things that you had to have. And that's how they started.
All right, we're off, guys.
We're off. Let's go.
So, Ali, pocket queens.
Straight into the queens from Ali. Diane Daniels says, when is poker coming back to Grosvenor in Cardiff? We'd love to be back in Cardiff. We were saying earlier that we do think that the last time a GUKPT overlaid was actually Cardiff. So, massive city, capital city, superb place, Red Dragon Centre, just doesn't get the support that the GUKPT needs, unfortunately. We'd love to go back. We'd love to go back to all the places where we've been. We could really do 2 tours, really, if we go back to every place where we have played.
Action killer on the turn. Even though we got set here as Ali, I want to be checking this one. No need to bet here. And, Dan, the ace-8 here. Quite an interesting spot, really. When Ali continues and don't continue firing, we might start turning this hand into a bluff. You may expect him as the early position opener. He's not really going to have too many, obviously with the ace jack queen out there, king of hearts, 10 of hearts in there. But other than that, not really too many hearts in there. And this is actually really good from Dan of 8.5. Actually turning his hand into a bluff in this particular scenario with top pair. And I'm really interested to see what he does on the river, whether he's going to continue running it. Check from Ali and a snap check back, and
yeah,
queens are good. Dan, I think if he unloaded the clip there, would have worked, but obviously if he's been playing with Ali a lot today, he could have some traps in there as well with the king of hearts.
Social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. Watch us on all the clients, gukpt.com as well. We keep tuning in to see who's there. But mainly, we're all on Twitch and YouTube for all social media. That is where to follow us. Full chip counts will be overnight.
It's payday, how are we doing?
All
in
right.
Twitch.
Is that Adam?
Yep.
Is that the singer?
Singer?
Is he a rapper? We had this conversation, Adam Neal. Me man. He's watching. He tuned in just before we went to a break and didn't get a chance to say hello to him just before we shot off for the break. So we only got 12 minutes. By the time the hand's over and by the time... Oh, you've been watching the Joe Beavers story as well. We had the Joe Beavers hour with the Tower during lockdown last year. We did quite a lot during lockdown last year. 65 live at fives. We were only initially doing 3.
65?
Yeah. We did 65 live at fives.
Sometime twice a week, I take it, yeah?
No, the lockdown was more than a year, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah,
Lockdown was like
yeah.
16, 17 months. By the time we'd done the lot. by the time we'd done the lot, that was it. 65 of them. We only started off doing 3. Can you just keep us informed, Tower? Yeah, no problem. And again, yeah, just do another 3. Yeah.
I remember you got me on like that massive beard at the time.
I know you did. I was like, what's happening here? Oh, they recognise you. I thought you got a next door neighbour to cover for you.
Everyone was like that though. Everyone who like grew a beard or long hair during lockdown, it was.
Yeah. Okers says, Jay, would you swap the commentary box for to be a sponsored pro?
That's such a hard question.
It is, isn't it?
I'm not gonna lie. I'll tell you, I'd love to. Maybe one day, obviously, comms for now, but obviously be one of the sponsored pros, go and play the tournaments. Look, the thing is, you could play one day and then always come and do the commentary on the other day, help out. Don't make day 2s or day 3s, you can come and help, but it's a tough one. That's a very, very tricky question, I must say, because I've really enjoyed doing this for the Tower. It's something different. It breaks up the grind of me everyday life.
You do play a lot of live cash.
Yeah. So it's nice. It's like a little mini holiday for me. Get away for a week or 2, play a couple of side events, and spend 4 days covering the main. And I enjoy it. I enjoy how it all works. It really does break up the poker. Sometimes you do need a break from it, and I think this is a great break. Rather than playing, getting to watch all the great coverage and seeing what happens. I wouldn't leave Tower behind either. I don't think I could do that to Tower.
Oh. I'm glad about that. You have brought different dimensions to the team, and a lot of people say so.
A lot of pressure though as a sponsored pro. Like as we said, Rick Trick, the first one to actually win at GUKPT main was Manchester last month, but a lot of pressure. You've got to get some cashes, run deep in some mains and stuff like that, and don't start cashing, getting any results, not making day 2s and 3s. It's a bit like everyone watching you know you're one of the sponsored pros, expects you to do well. But I think with what we've got left of this year, how many events, people like Nixon, if Andy comes and plays some eventually, I don't know where Andy Hills is, but him, Trig, all got chances of always running deep, all very, very good players.
Will we see Andy Hills?
That sort of thing, I haven't seen him in nearly 2 years.
No.
Where is he?
I think he's decided until it's all over and done with and completely Rona free, and maybe that's his decision. He's been on some of the Twitch streams, hasn't he, with the pros, and
I do like having Andy in the comms sometimes as well, because you know that look you sometimes give me when I'm talking about a hand tower, you look a bit confused. I get like that sometimes when Andy's in here, honestly. When Andy's here sometimes, I give him that look. I'm like, oh, like, always learning, always
the
learning.
most famous line on the pro live stream that Jamie Nixon was doing, when they had Rick Trig in there, because obviously Trig has a nice drink and he likes to have a little smoke when he's playing, and he just chills out when he's in his own comfort zone. And obviously, Andy Hills has grown his hair.
Yeah.
And Rick Trigg on one of the streams says, I can't believe it. He says, looks like Jesus, runs like God. Any chance of tournament poker coming back to Blackpool? Says nobody likes to chop. They're all actively looking for staff, all the casinos. The country is short-staffed as it is, not just in the casino business, but all F&B and all their entertainment places are. You know the troubles we've got with the lorry drivers situation in England. They reckon there's 200,000 lorry drivers short in the country. There's a shortage. So when they do get it staffed, definitely the GUKPT will definitely be there in November, as it always is. So we're looking forward to that. Yeah, we'd love everything to get back to normal as it was pre-pandemic. It just shows how hard it is to get the staff at this moment in time. A lot of running factors, including in all that, but so hopefully Blackpool gets back to normal very soon. She used to run some good tournaments. But the GUKPT will definitely be there in November. And as we heard Jim McShane tell us live on air a couple of hours ago, that GUKPT Leg 2 next year will be Coventry, which is a great addition, and it's good for the team as well, who have worked the socks off here. They were instantly looking forward to it when they got asked if they could take over from Edinburgh at 4 weeks' notice. They said yes, and that was it. And that was it.
So I've got George completing in the small here with the ace-jack. Rich checking his option. Fine from George here in the small blind. You can opt for many a strategy that you like to play. Blind on blind, variety of ways to play your hand. But completing the ace-jack, absolutely fine. Don't always need to raise. However, on this 5 of clubs turn, would like to see him come in for a lead now. We've got the nut flush draw as well as a Broadway draw, but once again, George opting to check. Rich going to come in for a bet. That's 1k. And 10 of hearts on the river. So unaware of Rich's holding here, but I think Rich is probably going to have the best hand here more often than not. We definitely have a 10 here that checks back flop and rivers trips. At 2.5, and George here with just ace high. Let's it go. Rich going to take that one down.
Govinda Shergill, will the 25-25s and deep stack tournaments be making a return in the future? Yes, they will. The 25-25s later this year, apparently. There might be a 25, no 100% concrete evidence at this moment in time, but Jim did say that a 25-25
Liverpool, wasn't it?
may be back before Christmas in Liverpool. So yeah, they had a shortened down schedule. They had no idea how many people were going to come and play poker as poker restarted. We know at the moment there's a captive audience for Grosvenor, but it still doesn't mean poker players are going to turn out. But they have in force for all GUKPT events. The 30-30s have all hit the guarantee at this moment in time. So yeah, the 25-25s are definitely rolling out next year, and you'll find 25-25s, 30-30s and even 25-50s rolling out on the same weekend next year. So different clubs, you know, like Sheffield might struggle to have a 30-30 on a regular basis, but they'll easily do a 25-25. So they'll roll them out quite a lot as poker slowly but surely gets back to normal. Jonathan Legg says, yeah, has there been problems with the different camera angles? Yes, there has. We had a camera outage during level 4. There was nothing we could do about it. It just completely crashed the server, and the camera angles between 1 and 5 and 6 and 9, as you know, cannot be used now. So to put the live stream on, they decided to keep it as it is. We see the overview, we see the flop, and we see the graphics, which unfortunately for us is as good as it gets today, but there is a live stream, which is good for us because the guys worked tirelessly to get it back up and running. But whatever outage it was, it blew the cameras. But we'll be working overnight and we'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, totally agree about the about being priced out of Blackpool with the side events. Even the side events can be £200. There will be plenty of satellites running. Fingers crossed that you can get yourself in a satellite seat. Play online as well. There's plenty of ways to play a GUKPT regarding online sats. There's plenty of ways to get in.
And cheers, nobody likes a chop. Glad you enjoy them. Just trying to help everyone watching at home.
Yeah, making everybody better.
Not always going to be right in every situation, but try and just get an understanding of how to think at the poker table. Got to think about so many elements in every different hand. And keep adding to it as well. Like the more things you can think about, the better decision you're going to come to in the end. It's, so much should be going on in your head in every decision.
Yep.
As we see Rich with an easy open on the button. King Jack makes it 1.8. And Dan in the small, not choosing to kill the pocket threes. And Richard Simmons with the 9-7. Battle of the Riches. Will defend.
King 6-9, 2 diamonds.
Both players catching a piece here. Middle pair for Rich Simmons and Rich Haslip with top pair. Going to come in for continue. So 2K. A quick call from Richard with middle pair, especially against a button range here. Rich going to be opening a whole host of hands here on the button. And from his perspective as well, the same thing from Richard in the big blind, going to be defending very wide. So comes in for another street of value, no action for him. George with the jacks and the hijack, playing what is 17, 18 bigs here, but if I'm George here, don't just want to be ripping it in, as I always speak about, want to start getting some value from the big blind defend range. See if we move all in for jacks for that amount. There's only a certain amount of hands that can call us, but this is one of them, and Joy here with an easy shove, I should say.
Joy in seat 2, yeah.
Should just be moving in here against George's stack size, but opts for the free bet instead. It's all going to go in anyway, nonetheless. But surprised that Joy hasn't moved in for the effective stack. And classic flip, Ace King Jacks. George needing to fade to double, so to the flop. And no fade there. Do have running diamonds, but need to find a jack, and a jack only. Otherwise, we are going to lose one, and it's an 8 on the river, and we are going to lose.
Unlucky George.
George from the tournament.
George Bennett departs, lost the flip. Where's Boz, says Diana Wood. I've not seen Boz.
I've not seen him all year, Tower.
Not seen Boz, Jamie O'Connor.
Sifo says Boz has been killing it online, so that's probably where he is.
Yep.
Amidst the online streets. What's he won? A Sifo or scores? Be nice to know. And don't forget, guys, all the socials.
Yes. Facebook.
Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook and Twitter, Grosvenor Poker on there, and / GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. And so we see Natalie open sevens under the gun. Cody chooses to pill the ace-9 suited on a direct left. It's Rich and C1. I was just about to say this, I'm Rich and C8 peeling the 6-5 in the button, but it's Rich Simmons with the 6-5. And Leon, lovely defend candidate here. Suited 2-gap up, closing the action, getting 7.5 to 1 more money. And four-way action late in the day.
Not very often seen. We've seen it today. King Ace Jack 2 spades. Shoots into the lead.
Yeah, massive lead in front here, and I like this check from Cody. It's one of them scenarios that we always talk about, the top pair check, knowing what hands are good to having your top pair check range. This is a good candidate, especially four-way as well. There's plenty of hands out there that can have us beat here. But
this has actually already been checked to the turn, so we're a street behind, unfortunately.
Yeah, so once it checks through on the flop, if the turn is a brick, as long as the turn's not a queen or a 10, Cody will have the green light to come in for a bet, start trying to get some value from some King X, perhaps Jack X in there as well with gut shots.
Yeah, we're a street behind that, but the turn was whatever it was, and Cody bets on the turn, and that was it. Cody wins hand with the bet. Diane Daniels says Buzz just played the WPT online and just gained 10th for 11k. Very nice.
5-figure payday, always nice.
Absolutely. Is he a sponsored online pro? I mean, does he get backed a lot?
I don't actually know. I know of Boz. I've had a couple of words with him over the years, but I've never really had like an in-depth conversation with him. Never really spoke to him that much, but obviously everyone knows who he is on the circuit. But
because it's so hard these days to survive solo, isn't it?
Yeah. Everyone sells action tower. There's not many people that even I can think of on the top of my head that will always have 100% of themselves. It's just it's unviable. It's just not going to happen. Like I always say, this is probably the best time there's ever been to play this game for a living because of all the swapping and action selling that goes on throughout the community. It's a pretty good time to be a pro if you want to take the shot, if you feel like you're good enough and confident enough in your game. But most importantly, you've got the mentality for it, because mental game is huge in this. You've always got to be able to keep your head in every scenario. Emotions can sometimes get the better of some players, seen it many a time.
I see, for you just want a seat to Bucharest. You don't need any help. You could have wrote Dara's book on satelliting into tournaments around the world.
So Rich makes the call on the turn, getting just over 3.5 to 1 on his money, with 2 overs and a gut shot. Also, Rich will be aware with position on like ace and queen rivers. A lot of the time we can come in for a bluff, but on this particular river I like the decision just to check behind. A lot of the time when Leon does have that one pair holding out the blinds here, after we check back flop and just call turn, we're probably going to get looked up, and reason for checking behind that, no need to come in for the bluff.
Attention please, Sinan Mellon, see available on 2 Omar. That's Sinan Mellon, see available on 2 Omar.
Last session of the day. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Yeah, been as I said, fairly quiet one, but
yeah, we know the camera handles aren't as perfect as they normally are, but that was well, it was just completely out of everybody's control. It just happened. But we have a live stream, which is the main thing, and we're bringing the action from Coventry for the first time since 2012. Matt Davenport's still in, who came second in the last time we, and Martin Fraser also on 100,000.
Hang on. Yeah, I'll see you check it again.
Natalie here, who is playing 60 and moves all in here over the hijack open from Rich. This can't see Rich's holding here, but this is lovely from Natalie. Exactly what we want to be doing here with this hand. Hijack open, going to be fairly wide. Doesn't have to necessarily have a hand here. There's dead money in there from Leon's flat on the button. We have an ace in our hand, bit of removal, and unfortunately we have been looked up, but this play is absolutely fine. And at least we're going to have 3 outs around the 30% mark, a bit below, no straight possibilities.
So it's sixes.
Oh wow, we've actually got
better equity.
Yeah. Oh, not anymore. Gonna need to find running diamonds for a chop or the running ace 7. And that helps a little. Ooh, an 8 would have done the job. But a set of 6s set on the flop. Gonna lose Natalie from the tournament.
Unlucky, Nat.
Not much we can do there.
Back to podcasting for Burnley.
And as well, guys, this weekend on the client, we've got the 50k GUKPT closer. Monday at 7 PM, live stream free roll on Sunday as always. The sportsbook that's going to be running from day 3 as well, and I should mention satellites running every day for tournaments. You can £30 buy-in satellites that you can win for a £5 feeder, as well as a 60k monthly rate race we've got going on. It's just started for September. 12.5k going towards No Limit Hold'em mid stakes, 12.5k going to PLO mid stakes, and 5k for the No Limit Hold'em low stakes, and they run until 16th September, and then we collect whatever you win, and then there'll be a second round running from the 17th to the end of the month, and you can check that all out on grosvenorpoker.com. And if you want a bit of free roll action every day, Monday to Saturday, there is a £50 free roll, and Sunday a £200 free roll.
We'll have a live stream free roll on Sunday as well. That's where we'll be giving out Sunday afternoon. Not before.
Wow, what is Rich up to here? I've got kings and he's made it 5k? And everyone's out of the way.
No, that's not 5k.
Ah, is it not? No. No, it's not Rich, hasn't it? Rich Simmons in one tower, I believe, is the one with kings. And everyone just folds and the pot goes to, it's a free bet to 5k. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Open under the gun from Rich. Yeah. And Rich Simmons with the kings with the free bet. Perfectly fine. I thought he'd just come in for the open for 6x there. Little graphic error.
What's your biggest cash online?
Online, $26,000 though. Dollars, it weren't pounds.
Oh, that all?
Yeah.
Oh, mine 26,000 yen.
Yeah, that was back in 2016. 109 mini Thursday frill.
Good lad.
It's payday and he aced in Hyatt and Juicers on the river yet. I was playing the 30-30 Luton, and as soon as I finished day one I had to follow him on Twitter because he bet called off ace high on the river and was good. It went bet raise call, I've got ace high, yeah you're good mate. And I had to send him a message, went what on earth was going on that hand, how he called there, and then just gave me the thoughts on the hand. I just wanted to know, but yeah, that was some tasty call Adam, I must say.
Has the Leeds UKPT leg pushed back? No. It has always been on the leg 4 status. (15th of September until the 26th of September. The one thing that has changed was this event should have been Edinburgh, with rules and regulations regarding restrictions and coronavirus and all that. Scotland were a little bit behind England in opening it up as near normal as possible, so Coventry took over, and there's a main event for Edinburgh the last week in September, the first week in October, but Leeds has always been there, 15th of September until the 26th. The team will be there, and the schedule is now on the website GUKPT.com. Click on events, scroll down to GUKPT, and leg 4, Leeds. It's at Westgate, side of the Premier Inn, across from ITV Yorkshire. It's on Kirkstall Road. So there you go. All events started with a satellite, the online day 1 for the 30-30 that's there, and then all the way through to the main event that the team will be there for, covering the £750 main event.
Jackson suited for Cody. We're going to be opening this one in the cut-off. Gully says, lump your mini winnings on Arsenal to get relegated. Looks a certainty if Arteta stays.
Arteta won't stay. That's the decision. He has 2 games max. Maximum. Luckily, they won't be losing on Saturday.
The 6-3 deuce, all spades. Gut shot for Ali. Going to be one of them pots. First bit of aggression, we'll take it down. Cody may come in for a small third pot bet here as a continue, and looks like he is doing that. Ali just can't do much here, but let this one go. He may come in for a float, see if Cody checks it over on the turn, and then potentially take it away. Do have a fair amount in our stack. No spade in our hand, just 7 high. Yeah, I like that decision from Ali there. Everything fine. Cody's sizing for his continue, and I just think it's a bit optimistic to pull that particular hand in that spot as Ali.
Around about 90 minutes to go until the end of the day. Thanks for tuning in, one and all. We're sloping off. We will be back again tomorrow on the live stream from 12:30. So you can all join us. UKPT closed at 50,000 guarantee, 7 o'clock Monday, scrolling across the bottom, 110 buying. Plenty going on online.
Cody in the hijack, 7-6 suited. Fine opening this hand, late position, but we've got Ali here. I was about to say, I wouldn't mind him coming in for a free bet. Cody playing 40 odd bigs. Maybe against smaller stack size. More inclined to flat, but especially against Cody, more than capable. I think we can come in for a free bet. Call him fine though, as Ali. We've got position. Obviously, it's not good for us when we do get 4-bet. But that's going to bring the ace-10 along as well. And, Cody does flop bottom pair here. but from range perspective, this is going to be the board that's always better for us, the King, Queen, 7. We've got the strong hands here on this texture, so in comes the continue. Both players with a Broadway draw. So Ali not going to be going anywhere with position here. Overcard to the board, equity to the nuts. And that should bring Dan in as well, Tower, getting this price, just over 4.5 to 1.
Cool. Any good balls about?
9 on the turn. And now we are Cody, one of the main drawing hands, Jack 10 has just got there. Obviously King X probably not going to be folding to another barrel and being called in 2 spots here. We're just going to have to check this one over. Yeah, I like it. No need to come in for a double barrel here as a bluff. Just try and hope that it gets checked through, and if we can get lucky maybe and snag a 6 or 7 on the river and make the best hand. But now Ali taking initiative, and I like it a lot. Calling the late position open, Ali in the cutoff will have the King 10 suited, the King 9 suited, King Jack in there as well, and a nice little pickup from him with the worst of it, but not much nor Cody or Dan could do in that spot. Late here on day 1-8, as Tower just mentioned, about an hour and a half left of the day. Hey, Ming's come to the table to say hello. One of our regulars on the tour, Ming Yu.
So 10 minutes ago sat down, now playing a hand.
Yeah, involved for the first time in the cut-off. We've got one of the premium holdings. Makes it 2.1. Just over, pinch over 2.5x here. Rich Simmons not defending, was suited. Not low in the big, thinks better of it. Raise and take for Ming.
The ticket around the bottom telling us all what's happening online. Don't forget Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. You can follow us with the ticker running along the bottom of what's happening online over the next few days. So the last session, finished the live stream around about 20 past 12 in the morning. Day 1B starts at 12 in the club, 12:30 on the live stream, and it'll be a busy one.
Cody out of the way, Ali out of the way. Ming should be opening this one, King Queen. +2. Playing 30 big blinds. There is the open from Ming. That keeps his sizing the same as before, makes it 2.1. And Rich just peeling the 5-2 suited. He does have the button. Surprised that he peels this hand though and doesn't defend the 3-2 suited. Leon in the big blind, also with 2 hearts, and it's three-way action. Ace 6-4, all spade. And if we're Ming here, I want to go either way, but ace high, 3 spades. I know we don't have a spade in our hand, but we've just got king high. Maybe one bet, and then give up. 1 C bet. No, don't need to go that big, but left the door open for Rich Simmons there to come in with a nice little pickup with a 5 high. And Leon, our chip leader at the table, seat 3, Leon Campbell. If you are just joining us, seat 1, Rich Simmons, seat 2, Joy Yurdi, seat 3, Leon Campbell, seat 5, Cody Wagner, seat 6, Ali, seat 7, Rupinder Bedi, sorry, seat 7 now, Ming Yu, and seat 8, Rich Hasnip, seat 9 is Daniel Rogers.
The seats available for Gilman's Case of Issues, Gary Whitehead, Chris Cancillier, and Tom Baker on 1-2.
So Rich Simmons in 1, opening to 2.6, and Leon here in a small blind, very good 3-bet bluff candidate. Make it around 10k potentially here. But choosing to just opt for the flat. These sort of scenarios, they are good 3-bet spots in the small. The hand like King Queen, good little bluff hand, as I always talk about. The removal factor makes hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, Kings, Queens less likely. And then we do get the betting lead as well, times are recalled. But on this scenario, Leon just opted to flat, keep the pot small. And Rich in the cut-off, unaware he's holding here, but this is a board where he should have many a bet on Jack 3-5 Rainbow as the pre-flop aggressor. And I'd be surprised if Leon puts another penny in this pot now. Getting just under 4-1 in this money, but we are out of position. Yes, we do have 2 overcards. But if we are going to float the hand, it's better to get in position. But it looks like he's putting out the float. He's reaching for chips. And he's going to call once.
Especially on that flop, Queen High flop.
Obviously, Richard opening cut-off can still have a wide variety of hands. We are ahead of a small amount of those. This ace of diamonds on the turn. Leon checks it over to Richard, who checks behind. The king on the river, so may have made the best hand here now, Leon. And it looks like he's actually coming in for a bet here with the king queen, which I'm surprised to see. I think this is a lot better spot to check call after rivering second pair here. What are we trying to get value from? Jack Queen, Jack 10 perhaps? One of those type of holdings. And on this ace-king run-out, we need to be aware that our opponent, as the aggressor pre-flop, may elect to bluff it more frequently once it does run out ace-king, because he's going to have more of those hands in his range. But on this scenario, Leon did just come for the lead, and it was a quick fold from Rich in 1. Down in 9. Ace 2 suited. Hopefully he'll be raising this one up. Can't actually see if he's put money in the pot yet. Yes, he has. Makes it 1.8. What's Leon thinking about here? 4-3 off. Makes the call. I guess we do have the button. I guess that's probably the only positive about this, but really trash hand, 4-3, especially the offsuit variety. Wants to play a bit of post, I guess, with position. It's a will draw backdoor clubs for Dan, so this is a spot where we always want to be c-betting here. Backdoor clubs, overcard, will draw, just ace high at the moment. Leon has called bottom pair, so he will call once. 3 on the turn would be interesting. That would be a proper brutal card. But it's the 9 of hearts. And now the ace deuce of clubs. Dan does check it over. Obviously Leon, you expect Leon on the button to be quite queen X heavy, like the queen 9 suited, queen 10, queen jack, king queen, those type of holdings. Be some pocket pairs in there as well, 6s through 9s. 9s would be a set now here on the turn though. So Dan, for that reason, choosing to give up. And this isn't really a river we can bluff at either. Makes it less likely for us to have a queen. Just going to get looked up a lot of the time by 2 pair holdings that Leon can have in this spot. So like Dan's decision not to bluff at this one, and Leon going to show the 4-3 off, and the whole table will take note of that. Especially I think Cody and Rich, definitely, and Ming even, will take note of that, peeling the 4-3 off on the button.
Do it that way around.
Thank you.
So,
He's just videoing me, this looks so wrong.
Oily. Our next oily. Got cocaine remnants going out now. No,
Coventry. My last one.
Nice little look round the room, see what's going on the outers. As we see Cody raise it up on the button, and it should be raised and take care. Cheers, Rob. 2008 Rob's here on Twitch. Always appreciated.
Some fairs with him. Leon Campbell, 130,000. He's going to start taking from today too if he holds on to it. Excuse me. Towers Treble will be here on Saturday. We'll be having a little bit of a flutter on that Grosvenor Sports with Towers Treble. You might not like it because it'll be League 1 and League 2 since it's the international break. England managed to get a comfortable 4-0 win.
4-0 was it?
Yeah.
Who got the last one?
Rice, I think. And then Towers Treble will be on there on Saturday, and then on Sunday you can have a gamble.
Pretty sick.
A little bit of a
Open,
footer.
table 20, seat 2.
Champion will be
Camps to you like that.
here in Cov.
Jack 10 here.
Killer dealer as well.
1.6.
It's not a good small.
Cody with aces, playing what is 38 bigs.
You are just something else, isn't it?
3-bet 2, 4.6, just under 3x, perfectly fine sizing wise in position. Action going to be back on Leon with the Jack 10. Not too much we can do here but fold as Leon. Although we did just see him peel the 4-3 off on the button, so I could be wrong. But no, that time gets out of the way. And no action for the aces of Cody.
Quick scan on the Poker Live app.
Got 2 cashes in the WSOP, Cody, and they're both in booster 7 low ball. Must be a bit of a mixed game specialist.
Who's that?
Cody.
Oh, right, okay.
In seat 5.
So 750 divided by, or into £10,275. What's that? 12 seats is 9.
Sorry.
12 seats is 9. 11, 10 seats. 12 seats is 9. 10,000. So I'm just working out the seats.
13 and a bit of change.
13 seats and a bit of change. Again.
Fine, thank you.
All right, thank you. So 13 seats and a bit of change for the main event satellite that's been on 137 runners. That ended up with 31 players left. And in the main event, 168 have played day 1A. Prize pool currently standing at 140,000 and change. Average stack is 73,000 chips.
What are you going to do with this game? Either somebody call me or...
As we approach the last level, we've got 3 minutes left on the clock for this one, guys, and we will move into the final 500,000 level for the day.
It's going to be 50-50, isn't it?
Leon getting involved again, this time with the 5s. And they're going +1. Yes, Bernie, Jamie Nixon is still in. He's got around 50, 60k.
You've got aces, he's got kings and flops, 10 jack queen light for this
Cody
gentleman.
up against Leon here. King queen suited. Just makes the call. After the hand before as well, I actually like this from Cody. You get a lot of this dynamics created at the table and what can go through your head once he's 3-bet Leon 2 hands previously. Now you think his 3-bet may not get as much credit this time, so just peels the king queen suited in position and happy to take a flop versus the opener, which is ace, 2 hearts. It's a complete whiff for everyone. The 5s of Leon actually the best hand here, but equity wise you can see Cody's actually favourite in this spot. It looks like Leon's still going to come in for a continued into 3 players. Got 2.2.
Yeah, you can never pull with that.
And no one can put another penny in the pot.
Squeeze the back raise.
7 cash tables running at this moment in time.
Is there really?
Yeah. And there's a waiting list for a couple more tables. They'll get busier as the tournament finishes for the evening. I'm going to check out all the details of the Leeds GUKPT on the app. All the events are there.
Thanks, Christy. I thought it was.
We thought it was Jay as well.
I thought it was.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not too sure if it's too late to change it, but we thought it was Jay.
Seat 2 was Jay, not Joy.
But him playing like that won the Ace Kings, won it.
I hope he's full of joy.
It's just a 10k pot. Check them out.
So Leon,
I'll call a bet on the terms of it.
once again, a bit on the loose side. Does have the chips though to do it. Cody pocket jacks here. And going to start to get on Leon's nerves. Involved against him again, and this should be another free bet. Makes it 5.5. There might be a point where Leon just takes a stand and thinks, I've had enough of this with all the chips. But the thing is, you still got to be disciplined. You can't just get annoyed with your opponent, keep free betting you, they might still have it. You just got to play right around your hands, continue with them. This open's still a bit too loose anyway. I'm going to get it, we've got all the chips. It's approaching the end of the day. Maybe he does just want to go for it, try and run up a huge stack, really start applying pressure to people that want to try and bag and tag going into the last level. But I guess people devise their own strategy, open their hands, they want to open, think it's going to be good for them. But especially at this table, it's not like a easy table. You've got Cody, you've got Ming, you've got Rich, all sitting there. I'm saying that as well, I'm not sure, but Ali in seat 6, I've never seen him before, but he seems very competent in what he's been doing and how he's been playing on this featured table. Cody in the mix again. I'm going to say, Tao, if he's opening again after 3 bet 2 hands, he's going to be pretty high up his range here. I just think he might be a bit deterred to open like a ace 9 suited or something, or ace 10 off under the gun, or king queen, king jack off after the hands he's just been involved in. And we'll find out here actually if he does have a big hand, because if he does, it's going to be getting in against Rich, who's playing exactly 25 big blinds with the pocket kings. And the other thing, the dynamic of it as well, Cody been fairly active the last 15-20 minutes, so he knows that Rich knows that, and Rich could potentially be trying it against him. Leon with the ace here.
Get the same result.
So then here we go.
The other thing as well, Rich is putting up water in his stack here, so from Cody's perspective, after he's opened under the gun, maybe just think Rich wouldn't take this spot for a quarter of his stack. Leon makes a nice lay down, to be fair to him, in the blinds there. Cody does the same. So Rich takes that one with the kings. I don't know what Cody had there. I'd be quite intrigued to know what he opened. No action for Rich. As the blinds are up, which means we are moving into the last level.
This might just be the last hand at 4-8. There's the clock. Flicks over.
This table shut.
I'm not with you.
Rice, like rice, yeah.
On with the hooks. Richard has got the 9s. Richard this time raises 2.5. Leon's going to 3 bet. Makes it 7.8. Richard in seat number 1. Richard Simmons. Ace 4-7 as we see a flop. So Richard with the pressure makes Leon fold the best hand. Barsfield boy says John Barsfield going to be on the live stream soon. I don't think John's playing today, is he?
I haven't seen him. I haven't seen Balsy today. He'll probably be here tomorrow for
But
the
he's
weekend.
not on the feature now, so probably not tonight. He'll have made his way down to Coventry today in preparation to playing tomorrow. He could be in the satellite.
Yes, that's a good point. So Dan making it 2.3 with the King Queen suited. And Rich calling in the hijack with an unknown holding. Leon, guess he just wants to play the button. This time he's in with the 9-7 off. As I said, he's got the chips. Maybe he just feels comfortable playing pots in position.
Opportunities.
Getting involved once again. Ali in, getting that price with the 5-3.
Running too hot.
Seat open, table 20, seat 7.
Unaware of what Richard in seat 1 has got.
Yeah, okay. I did, just too quickly.
Dan.
1, 2, 3, right.
Going to come in for a bet, looks like, after flopping 2 pet. Bet 2.5, very small. Between a quarter and 5th pot, tiny. Giving everyone 5.5 to 1 McCoy if they wish to continue, but going to be 3 quick folds. Dan going to take that one. And a quick deck change there, as there were some cards that weren't reading. Dave to rescue, new deck.
GUKPT.
First kid to jump. Pressure was too much.
Don't forget, follow us Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Ask me a number if you want it.
Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. Rich had kings about an orbit ago. Gets the ladies here under the gun, makes it 2.2. All the way around to Ming. In the big blind here, he's playing 18 big blinds against the middle position or late position open. You might see Ming just move in here for 18 bigs, but a bit wary of the early position opens, so perfectly fine to just call here. See a flop, potentially see if we can flop a set, but on King 10-9, and that's going to be us done with a hand. Rich versus big blind range here. Looks like he is going to continue, can mix a check in some of the time as well. I mean, can't do anything but just let this one go, and Rich going to take that one.
Was it? Paul McTaggart has just asked, can we nudge the guys who updates the NPL? Paul McTaggart, there it is. Right there. You are currently in 15th place with 478.87 points. Ewan McNicholas right at the top. Ben Teague is second. Chris Johnson, Guy Taylor and Andy Back in the top 5 positions. But Andy Back and Paul Rigg. So I'm guessing when Riggy went out with the set of twos, and Span was doing hula hoops and cartwheels and all sorts in his living room.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Riggy actually, like he played a perfect session, like even up to the point he busted, he's just done everything right, and it was just unlucky for him the way he went out, but it happens. It happens.
Yeah, Dowsey in 21st, down in 25th, David G. Moved up into the top 25.
So, Stevie Sunshine in 21st.
Stevie Sunshine, it's amazing. He's won all kinds of things online so far this year. Stevie Sunshine. So it has been updated there. Paul McTaggart on watching on YouTube says, can you nudge the guys? And there it is, nudged and sent. It was actually sent over this afternoon from the guys from the online, as well as what is going on for the rest of the weekend while we're here in Coventry.
Rich under the gun, pocket threes, playing 70 odd bigs here, expecting to still open this one. Haven't seen that in a while today. Little limp from Rich under the gun.
J folds.
And Leon straight away coming in with a little ISO, trying to get heads up against the limper. I guess it's fine from Leon now. He's been playing this. He's obviously opened up. He's playing a bit looser because he's got the chips, and maybe thinks people are going to be overfolding this late in the day. So just getting involved a bit more this time with the A7, and on this particular flop after raising this early position over a limp, expect him to be coming for a continue more often than not. There is the continue and a quick fold. Oh, no, that was cool. Okay, it was actually a donk from Richard with the pocket threes with 3 overcards. Coming for the donk lead on the Queen 8-6-5. And Leon actually pulled out the float here with the ace high, and now once Richard checks, if we're floating flop and we actually turn a big amount of equity with an up and down here, as well as the overcard, need to be barreling here now. And that is what looks like he's doing. He's counting out chips and has come in for a bet of 8.6.
That's good information, isn't it?
Rich now with pocket threes. A bit of no man's land. First from the limp UTG and then the donk lead on the flop. But I'm just going to have to get out of the way. Has to fold the best of it. A nice little play there from Leon. Definitely someone that can mix it up.
And there's the chip lead on the table.
That's a new one.
Last level of the night. Thanks for sticking with us, guys. We will see you again tomorrow from 12:30 in the chat box. If you're playing live, it starts at 12. 13 seats and a bit of change in the satellites are still playing for. So the last 2 days, 27 seats have been won.
Madness, madness. Ali's got the aces. Hijack. Oh, the caller of all callers is just about to occur, and Rich with 25 big blinds. He's not getting away from this one. This is just going to be going all in pre. Unless he wants to get tricky, and he might incorporate a flat in a small percentage of the time, but I think with 25 bigs.
It's a queen.
Cool. Seriously, that's good enough, isn't it?
Probably around 6. No kings in the muck. That is a little bit of hope for Rich, but Ali here now. Once Rich comes in for the free bet, doesn't necessarily have to move all in. Can get tricky. We think Rich is only going to be
18 minutes. 18 minutes.
and there we go. Exactly what I said to Al. He's going to get tricky. Would have got all in pre, but
Just comes a jack eye flop. I nearly said a queen eye flop. I just nearly said if he comes queen eye, he's banning it.
the thing is, it's always good to incorporate these flats in with your monsters, and I know we see it would have all got in pre anyway with these 2 whole cards, but you need that small frequency where you are flatting these hands in position and out of position, which make it always harder for your opponents to put you on a hand in a certain spot. And Rich thinks he's got the best hand here, but unbeknown to him, obviously Ali with the boots not going to be going anywhere. Depending on size Rich chooses here, these 3-bet pots usually around quarter, third pot continuation bet. But Ali may now just choose to move all in. If he makes the call here, SPR of the pot is literally around 0.6, so it's just always going to go in on turns. And if it don't tower, I'll eat my hat. Well, it's a 10 of hearts, but it is a bit of a dicey card. Jack 9 not out there in a 3-bet pot, but Rich just has to move all in now. 0.6 SPR. If he doesn't move all in here, I'll be pretty shocked. Obviously, you want to get some value from some. Although we block King Queen in there, Ace Queen, Queen Jack, Pocket Jacks, 9's in the range as well. But it's just unfortunate. It's just a stone cold caller, the biggest in poker, and it's going to be curtains for Rich unless he can find a 2-outer on the river. Just saving some face in the tank here, trying to make it look like he has a real decision, but should be only one thing in his mind.
Yep.
There's he
He
all
has
in.
announced it, and he's going to call.
And it should be a quick call,
He
and
makes
there
a
it
call.
is.
Kings
It's
and
the
aces.
and the
He's played
aces.
the aces to perfection. Then it's a Jack of diamonds. Rich has nip. Is now Rich has been. Unlucky Rich. Cooler of all coolers.
Not much you can do.
Not much you can do. I am
Right,
sure.
yourself.
We'll
It could
see
have gone
you
in
tomorrow.
free, it could have gone on the flop, it could have gone in on the turn. Well, it did go in on the turn. All 3 streets that we played there, it could have gone in, but it was the turn. And Ali takes a nice one. Rich heads to the rail. Not much we can do about that one, unfortunately.
No, unlucky Rich. A bit of a cooler. And I'm sure we'll see you tomorrow for day 1B. Yeah, you see, it could have gone in pre, could have gone in on the flop. It went all in on the turn.
And Jack 10 on the button should be opening this one once folded to us. It does, makes it 2.3. And Jay going to defend the 9-5 suited in the big.
6 Jack 7. Rainbow.
So top pair plays gutter, backdoor, flush draw. So Dan continues with his top pair. Jay shouldn't be going anywhere here. Hand we could potentially incorporate into our bluff range as well. Check raising, gut shot, backdoor flush draw against a button open who's going to be opening fairly wide, but just chooses to call, getting an attractive price and play a turn, which is the king of diamonds. Shouldn't really be too much of a bad card for us here, as Dan, once the flop goes, check bet call. Not too much king X that Jay should have here in this spot, other than the 2 pair combos like king 6 and king 7. Dan now coming in for the second barrel for that reason. Still believes his jack is going to be the best hand. Wants to start extracting value from some potential worse jack X as well as 7X. But as we can see with just a gut shot, Jay can't do anything but just get out of the way. And a little pick up there for Dan.
Leon still chip leader. Last level of the night on the live stream in the building. 13 seats in the satellite in the main room in the casino. Up for grabs. There were 31 players the last time we looked on the app. Let's have a quick butchers.
See it on the stream when you play some hazard. Don't really want to get trapped in there. You catch it. Raiders are opposite in the face.
So Cody, King 9 suited under the gun makes it 2.1. Rich Pills on the button, very loose call here, 9-8 off. A lot of the time you just want to be dishing that one into the muck. But Jay got a pretty slam dunk free bet here in the small of Ace King. He actually rips the lot in here, Tower, for 36 bigs. Don't actually mind this, I guess. But we have to free bet to around 10k. If you get peeled out of position and whiff the flop, we're in a bit of no man's land out of position. So just taking that factor out of it and moving all in, picking up the dead money, extra 6 big blinds to his stack.
$28 left in the satellite, 13 seats and change, up for grabs. $168 played the main event today. £750 main event. £140,700 in the prize.
So Jay on the button. This is an easy open for us. King 9 suited. It's at 2.2 and I'd love to see Leon feel about this here. Just make it around 8k, 8.5 around 4x mark. Ace 5 suited. Great hand coming with a full deck bluff with. Makes it 6k, which is a bit too small. Sizing wise, it's less than 3x here, and what this does, it gives the button a great price to peel and play the flop in position against us, and that's why you do want to choose a little larger size when you are free betting out the blinds and you're going to be out of position. You want to sort of deter that from happening more. Wow, look at this flop tower. Look at this flop, baby. This is what we like. This is what we've been waiting for. A little bit of action for once.
Any flops you like to pull out, dealer? Oh, go on then, just 10 Jack Queen, 2 hearts.
Yeah, and Jay's going to be loving this as well. It's just great for him here. Flopping the second nuts, backdoor clubs, and the fact that Leon's got a huge piece as well. Broadway draw, heart draw.
Any draw, lots of draws.
All the draws.
All the draws.
And Jay coming in for the snap raise straight away. And I like that as well. There's no need to trap here. We've got no blockers to any of the pairs, so just going to go for it now, try and start getting some value from Leon's perceived range. He's going to have 10s, jacks, queens that he will free bet, kings and aces in there, ace, queen. There's just so many hands.
A set of 2s against the flush draw of hearts the last time we saw it, and now we've got a straight, a made straight against in hearts again. Leon's probably going to put the pressure on.
There's a snap call.
There's a call.
And Jay's gonna not actually like this. He thinks I flopped the straight, I've got a lock on this, but he's gonna see he's actually just under 65% here to actually win this hand off and flopping the straight, fading kings. And hearts. There it is,
straight on,
just dead on the turn, just dead on the turn. That's it. You flop a straight and you're dead on the turn. This can just be a brutal game. And it's worked out perfectly for Leon, because I think if Leon chose a more standard size there, around 8.5, 8, 9k, free betting out the blinds and the King 9 suited might not have appealed to that scenario. It's actually worked out perfectly for us. Lovely pot for him, and he's going to be probably one of the chip leaders in the room now. Leon stacking up very nicely.
Yeah, if up to straight, you're only 64%.
Yes, man. It's mad. You're up there, Tara, enjoying yourself a bit too much up there.
Hey, chill out, you. Them are the days. Them are the days. Will Peters is on his way tomorrow. Have you got your pros there tomorrow? Rick, and Katie. I'm not too sure. I'm guessing Katie will be turning up.
I think I've seen Katie once this year. She was in London, wasn't she?
Yes. Yeah, she was in London.
That'd be good to see her.
Jamie Nixon's playing today. He's still in the comp. He had 70,000 last time we saw. Never leave it.
Cut open from Rich. King 10 makes it 2.5. And Ali kills the 10-6. Ace Queen 7. All hots. So Rich here. Good board for us. Ace fire. We have a gut shot. We have a third up flush draw. Easy continue. And snap fold from Ali.
So Adam says, in the GUKPT Festival weeks, is there a £250 and a £400 buy-in, or is the £400 separate to the main week? It just depends, really. The 30-30 that they had here was a scheduled 30-30, and then the main got moved because of Eddie moving because of the restrictions. The bigger events like Manchester and London did, but then London have everything, where Manchester have everything missing. All schedules are totally different. It's not saying concrete that one club will play have this and so every club has it exactly the same. It's a little bit different now. So it goes on the club as well as scheduling as well. But Leeds does have a 30-30 for the next festival. That starts on Thursday, the 27th.
Sorry, I had to just laugh at that. So keep talking, just keep talking.
And the 30-30s. And then they do have the mini main of 250. So in respect to Leeds, yes, there is a 400 buy and a 250 as well as the money. But basically, check the app or check social media on GUKPT.com as well.
That's one way to play Ace King. Richard went, you know what? I've got 70 bigs. Let's get it in. I've got Ace King. I don't want to don't want to do anything else. I'm just going to move all in and put the old lot in there. But it worked. Got the job done. And King 10 suited here. Should just be opening this one. Just a call from Rich. Now Leon going to overlimp the Jack 6 suited. Take one up here.
I think once you check back the turn off all the reverse.
Should be complete in the King 4 head. 500 to win 4.5.
If you bet the turn, that's the draw. What's that? On the turn? Oh yes. See you later, mate. After he checks the turn. If he's got right, yeah, so
Ace King 5, 2 diamonds. So both Ming and Rich flop in second pair. Rich has Ming out kicked, and not much here for Dan nor Leon. So Rich, being the original opener, continues in Ming, just lets it go. Sorry, Rich was in the opener, it was a Ming pot, but still let that one go.
So yes, there's a 30-30 in Leeds, a £400 buy-in and a mini at £250, and Adam has just shipped himself a £400 token for it.
Nice, Adam.
Just literally right now. Well done, Ads. Top man. September. 16th of September, the Leeds Festival starts. We'll be there for the main events the following week. But 15th until the 26th of September is when Leeds is on. So a couple of weeks' time. If you sat down at a table in Leeds, it'll be day 1A of the 33rd. 2 weeks today.
So Leon just going for it now, putting the foot down under the gun. 10 dudes just wants to come in for an open.
I'll just text 7 dudes, they can have my big blind.
Got to be careful. Done well to build our stack to this much, get this far in a day. Want to try and keep as much as we can. It's a great stack to take through today too. Understand the thinking of him. Maybe he's just thinking everyone's going to be tightening up back into the day. It's a time that we can run over the table. And Rich says, you know what? I've got 74 bigs now. I'm all in again with Ace King. I'm not playing post flop with this hand. If you want to call me, we'll get it all in now. Twice. But in those scenarios, I know it can be a dicey spot with Ace King, but you just want a free bet. The thing is, you're never getting called by Ace Queen for that amount of big blinds. No. Best case scenario, like you get in a flip situation against queens, maybe jacks might even fold. But what you want to do, you want a free bet. You want to get your opponent involved with the worst hand, potentially a small pot, a medium-sized pot, but the shove for 70 bigs, it just doesn't achieve anything. You've got to be thinking, why are we going this size? What does it achieve? And in that scenario, the only thing it achieves is we're going to fold out all the worst hands, and we're probably only going to get called by bet up or flipping at best. Like even sometimes at 70 bigs, like jacks and queens might find the hero fold because they understand that he's either got Ace King or
no one wants it.
Shouldn't really be doing it basically.
I'll keep you on it.
It's,
We've got 3-4
it's just
again,
one of those.
I've heard that, don't worry.
A lot of them can't play Leeds as he's away with the Little and Butlins. One thing is that the token will never expire. You can use it whenever you want. The 30-30 token can't be split up and used into different events, so it'll have to be a 30-30 somewhere. There is an online day one for the 30-30s, but the ticket will not expire, so you can use it whenever you feel like it, at whichever event you feel like it as well. Or if there's no GUKPT and the 30-30 is close by on one of the weekends, then play them.
Sure.
Gully Masters, when do we break? Around about half an hour's time, that'll be the end of play for today. Between 30 and 45 minutes, depending on the certain number of hands at the end of the night. It's normally 6. It's been 6 forever. It's always 6.
Wait, Pete Robbo, little raid for us. 55.
Good old Robbo. Who's raiding us now?
I don't know, but we've got a few more viewers just tuned in. Thanks, Pete. Always appreciated.
Raided from Pete Robbo.
I nearly
Good man.
I was going to make it 15k. It's not strong enough to be. I was so going to make it 15k.
Let's go, Pete Robbo.
And it could just be an angle shoot as well. Like,
Down in the carpet. Queen Jack, playing 42 bigs. Wants to be open.
that's not bad.
Makes it
I made
2.3.
it 15k.
Rich on the
Does he
button.
just well up and fall?
Should be getting involved here.
I nearly just blasted.
We've seen Leon play some dubious hands tower over the last hour or so I wouldn't say never, but there's in the muck. He does think better of that one, and it's a raise and take there.
So Pete Robbo has been streaming as well, because Ads has said he's a bit of a ledge, and hope he's had a good stream. Cheers, Pete. We're all good on this side of the. We're all good on this side of the camera. Hope you are as well. Streaming. Last 35-40 minutes of the day. All depends on how many hands at the end of the night. It's normally 6. It's always 6.
Yeah, it's always 6. I don't think there's been a time when we've ever got 4 towers.
No.
It's never 4 hands. It's always 5 or 6, and usually 6.
Yeah, if you want to do the emojis, Pete, it's 3 max apparently. Because Chef Brad told me. 3 for spam.
So ace queen for Leon. If you are just tuning in, everyone, this is the GUKPT Coventry £750 buy-in. Probably looking to smash probably a 400k prize pool. Here for 4 days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll crown a champion eventually on Sunday. 2-day ones tomorrow. The main on the 60-minute clock, and then the turbo as well later on in the evening. And then day 2 Saturday, day 3 Sunday. We will be here, Tower and I, for 4 days of coverage, well, more like 3 days now, as we are coming to a close here, back at the end of the day. There's the chip counts now, 181 bigs, great stacks at this stage of the day. Ming gonna be looking for a double in this last half hour, get himself back amongst it, and Ming is one that I'm sure will be rebuying if it doesn't make it through to the end of the day. And, you can find us on social, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter, and /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. There's, Leon going to be getting involved again here, this time more legitimate holding for him, ace jack in the cut-off, wants to be opening here.
Beat Robbo is off. Thanks for the raid, and we'll see you tomorrow back from 12:30. Where we'll be sat yet again on the live stream.
Well, Leon spinning me out, Tower. Saw him open the 10 deuce, the 4-3, and then suddenly he's got ace jack in the cut off, and he goes, you know what, I'm going to have a little limp here. And it's worked to perfection, and he's managed to trap Ming, because Ming moved in for 11 bigs after the limp, which is perfectly fine with ace 9. He's done nothing wrong. Unfortunately, he's just run into it of Leon here. He's looking for 3 outs. But that's a bad flop. We lose 2 right outs. We've got some chops now, potentially.
Chop opportunities.
That's not it. So we are going to lose Ming Yu from the tournament back end of the day.
Lucky me. This is green.
It's been a quick day, that's something I'd say, Taz. Seems like it's gone very, very quick.
Yeah, we had a slight break with the technological difficulties, but we've been short-handed for quite a while on this table. We keep getting players, we keep getting eliminated. It's been a bit active in this session, shall we say. 600 again. When they balance the tables, players will obviously come into the mix. How is the satellite running at this moment? We're down to about 25 this time, so I think might be less. Let's have a quick gander on the poker live app. Striking to Coventry. Tournaments. Main event, satellite, down to 25. 13 and the bit of change.
Rich opening ace deuce suited under the gun, makes it 2k. And Leon is just spinning me out, Tower. It's so hard to guess what he's going to be up to. He's now in with a 5-3 in the hijack. And we've got Dan defending the 10 deuce, getting 6-1 on his money in the big blind. Ace 9-7 rainbow is the flop. So Rich here with top pair. One of them good check back spots here. I know we've got ace top pair, but need to incorporate them checks in. And ace deuce, a very, very good ace to check here, but Rich opts for the bet instead. And just going to take it down there. But wouldn't mind him mixing a check in there with the ace deuce suited. But don't forget, guys, back tomorrow if you are coming to play. Kicks off at 12 PM here at the CBS Arena.
Yes, it does indeed.
And another 10 levels will be played. So you want to get in for it at the start, kicking off at midday. We are going live at 12:30 on the stream, and there'll be another whole 10 levels of coverage for the day.
Really?
And there's Matt Davenport coming over.
First time I've seen Matt play poker for a long time. Back out of retirement in one of his favourite places to play.
Is he local to Coventry then? I take it, Tower?
I'm sure I thought Matt used to live in Manchester. I thought Matt was a Manc. But maybe he just likes coming to Coventry. And maybe he'd moved down here. I'm really not sure. But, last time we had a GUKPT here in Coventry, he was second.
Seeing if he can go one better this time.
Did you lose the guy in C2?
Leon being the pre-flop aggressor here. Bit of a loose open, Jack 9, but once it comes A6-3, this is going to be the better board for our range, being the pre-flop opener. Want to be c-betting this more often than not, especially with this particular holding. If we're going to open the Jack 9 off early position, want to have lots of bets on the ace-high board, and does get the job done. Neither opponent anything to continue with. But nearly up to 200k now, and that's got to be one of the chip leads in the room.
Yeah.
Don't think anyone's even close to that. I think the closest to that was Terry Jordan at the end of level 3.
You're not wrong. TJ never made it. He was playing cash at 6 p.m.
Leon, obviously Queen 10 off under the gun. We're not full ring, we are 7-handed, so we can widen our range a little bit more. But Leon just going for it here, back end of the day, understanding that people will probably want to be just bagging up for day 2, so applying maximum pressure. He's got the chips to do it. And Dan here playing 40 bigs on the button. If I'm Dan, this is how much Leon's been opening here. Probably going to be free betting this more often than not, and there is the free bet, nice sizing as well, just under the 3x mark in position. And Leon just going to have to get out of the way here, Queen 10, unless he's going to put on his 4-betting shoes, which he's not. But nice little pick up from there, Dan, just understanding how many hands Leon's been opening, how active he's been. So Ace Jack just becomes a pretty easy free bet for us in that spot against that particular opponent.
I know. Got my name in light.
And all my friends on this end, there's a chance we're going to be on the beach today. They had to stream on the entire day. They don't care. They don't know poker. They don't care about poker. She had the streaming on and never went on it.
So less than 30 minutes, shall we say. Try and get you a few chip counts at the end of the night, inputted into the stream.
So Matt opening hijack makes it 2k, and Dan back-to-back free bets, King Queen this time. One of the better hands to be free betting as a bluff. Makes it 5.5, continuing with the same size as before. Nice to see, very consistent in sizing. And actually we'll be back on Matt here, who can't do much but get out of the way here with the ace-8, unless he wants the same as before, so about Leon putting 4-betting shoes, but he's just going to toss that one into the muck. Nice little pick up again there from Dan, 2 pots without having to see a flop.
No disasters. No disasters filmed.
In about 10 minutes time, we'll get a clock pause, we'll get a draw for number of hands, and then that will close it up for the night for us.
Global table 14, it wasn't 14, it was this table.
Oh no.
It's never really a disaster. Only
it is a disaster if people see you panicking, do you know what I mean?
But just don't let them know, just do it
They don't know. They don't know what happened.
Well, it is not a system. We've still got a room full of poker players.
10-6 of diamonds out of the way. Rich here in the cut-off with an ace. Should be opening this.
Well saved.
Does make it 3k. So first time seen a 3x open at this stage of the day.
Now they know it's not ace king.
Yep, that is true. And Leon.
So now Leon thinks I'm probably in front here.
Yeah, yeah, not just ripping it in. But Leon here with ace queen basing, cut off open. want to be free betting this more often than not. Obviously can incorporate some flats in, but sizing from Leon here though, a bit too on the small size, same as before. As I say, when you are free betting out of position, you want to go more around the 4x size in position, 3x, and then add an extra big blind on if there's another player in the pot. But just picks it up nonetheless. Rich gets out of the way. Last time it's saying that he free bet to that size, he won about 100 big blind pot with the flush versus the straight.
He's in good shape for making top 10 stack going into day 2. We're already saying 18 minutes to go, and I want to make day 2. 18 minutes. So I reckon in about 8 to 9 minutes they'll be pausing the clock and then playing a certain number of hands.
Blind action. Cody in small comes in with the complete, and Ali here, stone cold bottom of his range, chooses to raise it for that reason, and just takes it down. $500, 1,000 big blind ante. We are nearly there for day 1A here in Coventry. The first one in, what is it, 9 years, Tower?
Yeah, 2012, the last one. Great to be back in the Midlands.
Yeah, we've got confirmation about it next year as well. Coventry is going to be on the schedule for the 2022 GUKPT. Leon, the way he's been playing, expecting to open this one, he's got an ace in the cut-off. Been very active this last hour or so since he's got the chips. And once again, keeping the aggression going. Makes it 2.5. And Matt just can't do anything in the big, and another pick up for Leon, and there it is, over 200k. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's probably the chip leader in the room. We'll get some chip counts for you guys in about 15-20 minutes time when we do close up for the day. You can see a rundown of the players left in and the chip counts as well. You got any friends or family still left in the field?
So we get involved in the hijack with King 6.
It's Leon being doing Leon things for the past hour. This is just what he's got, his strategy. He's got the chips. He's just thinking to himself, you know what, I'm just going to exploit it. And Ali knows what's going on, and this is good from Ali as well. He's seconding chips at the table. He understands that Leon's been way too active, and finally someone put the foot down and fought back. And unfortunately, although Ali's timed it perfectly against Leon, can never account for someone waking up with it behind you. There's just nothing you can do about it. The play's fine from Leon. From Ali. Understands that Leon's just going to be very wide, and Dan with aces here in the big blind. And this might be one of the spots, the flat potentially. Actually, maybe 4-betting here does look a bit bluffy, because if he knows if he knows Ali knows that Leon's opening light, not getting any action, but Leon just basically had to snap fold the king high, and Ali had to snap fold the queen high. No action for Dan. But it would have been interesting if Ali had a hand like ace queen or something there, or like 9s, see what he would have done, because there's that dynamic at the table. Everyone knows how aggressive Leon's being, so when someone 3-bets him, they don't necessarily have to have it. They could just be playing back. But it was good to see, first time someone's sort of had a little fight back.
Dennis says, is that David Wise in seat number 2? Yes, he's just come to the table. There's David. Literally within the last 5 minutes.
Dennis
Shaw. There's Aaron UK.
Ah.
Ron UK.
So Matt, opening button with the suited connectors, and raise and take for him. So Ali with the aces this time, coming out in force back end of the day. Makes it 2.2.
Oh, Matt will see a flop.
Oh yeah, he's 2 option here, obviously call or 3-bet. Opts for the call with position. Both blinds, well I say both blinds going to get out of the way, but itchy feet for Rich in one. Wants to see a flop with a 7-6 in the small. Definitely on the loose side, especially out the small blind as well. It's worst position at the table. Want to choose a very selective range of hands that you're continuing with out the small. 7-6 off should not be in there. There's a king 9-6-2 spade flop, hits the board, and Ali, nice flop for him. Backdoor spades, a bit of insurance with his overpair. Matt catching a piece, has to call once here with position. And Rich also has a piece. Looks like he's going to make the call as well. A little overcall here from Rich with bottom pair. Trying to hit a 7 or 6 on turn. That is as bricky as they come.
Bricky brick in Brickland.
And this is a great turn for us as Ali here, so want to be coming in for a second street. No need to check here, especially three-way. 4 shouldn't change anything. The only thing it may change is against the big blind range, small blind range of Richard. I guess if you've got 7-6 off in there, or have some 6-4 suited, maybe some king 4 suited as well. But can't be too scared. So just want to continue barreling, try and get some value from some king X that Matt is probably going to have on hijack.
No, the old dealer's pause.
Oh,
says Dina.
How many hands left for the day?
6.
7.
Well, if that was an option.
Or if the over's on 6.
So the last 5.
5. It's never 4. We did say we did exclude 4.
Yeah.
From the choice.
The last 5.
So 5 to
so
go.
the button finishes on Ali in seat number 6.
Seat available on 1-2 over. That's Craig Gibson, seat available 1-2 over.
So the button finishes on Ali in seat number 6, and that will be the end of the day.
Cody, pocket 7s here, 22 bigs. No need to just rip this. Fine to just open.
Oh, cameraman's taking the shots of the players around the table.
Oh, and Leon, he's got kings here in the big.
Oi, oi.
And probably just going to set Cody all in here for what is 22 bigs. Or we free bet, should be free betting to around 8k. So it's good from Cody that he just decided to open the sevens there. Just snap folded as well. So just no need to rip for 22 bigs.
1 of 5.
Maybe go back 6-7 years, that was the play, but things are a lot different nowadays.
Wouldn't have been if I'd have had the sevens.
Would you have just been all in tower?
I'd have been looking at my stack thinking, maybe.
Maybe.
Just maybe.
You could have ace king, I could be flipping.
Do I ever get lucky?
Nope.
Nope. I'm normally all in front, and then I'm usually walking out the door.
So Rich, 5's in the cut-off. Raises to 3.5, 3.5x, and that's definitely going to deter Cody from calling. He's not going to be defending the 8-6 now, and that's 2 hands.
That's 2 of 5.
So 3 to go.
3 hands to go, ladies and gentle peeps. Three to go. Great day. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. We're back again tomorrow from 12:30 for day 1B. It's going to be a chocker in the building.
It's going to be a big one.
It is going to be a big one. The line's 370. 370.
Who set that line?
Who set that line? Ah, gosh.
That's Dan with the ladies.
Must have been a guy that you could just buy him for 1 level. He must have thought that's it. You can only buy until 2 p.m.
Going back to the old one where it was level 6, late reg lasted 2. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure it was 2 levels first initially.
So Dan makes it 2.3 with the queens, early position. And Leon, 4 deuce, getting involved like he has been doing all session. He's had the chips to do so though. Flop of ace, king, 3, and rainbow. Cheers, Jim. Thanks for tuning in as always.
Cheers, Jim.
And if you do happen to make it tomorrow, make sure you do come say hello. Be good to see you. Deuce on the turn. So the 4 deuce now picks up a pair. Go with the wheel draw. And action back on Dan with the queens. He's not going to love the flop with the 2 overcards. You know, Leon has been mad aggro, especially the last sort of 40 minutes. Hasn't necessarily been all session, but it goes check, check, and a 10 of clubs on the river. There's Leon. Yes, we do have a little bit of showdown, but versus early position open, we can never be good in this spot with just a deuce. Like maybe if there's like an 8-9 suited in there, 7-8 suited that just bet once and chose to give up, we can be, but
yeah, check it.
Didn't choose to go in for the bluff, and 2 hands to go.
Jim Marlowe might flick it in if his flight isn't delayed. Where is he? Where is he? Not flying up from Luton, surely. Where's Jim? And if not, we'll see you in Leeds. Marching on together, we're gonna sing our way, na 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 na, we are separate. That's what they sing in Leeds, apparently. Yeah, Mighty Leeds, 2 weeks today, the 30-30 starts. 3 weeks today. Me and Jamie sat in these, well not these seats, but we were sat in the comms box. Yet again, for another live stream. Still in Antigua, fly home after 4 weeks. Tomorrow.
What a life.
Wow. Very nice indeed. What's the rum like in Antigua?
The what?
Rum.
I don't know.
Because it's Jamaican, isn't it? I'm guessing it's amazing. I'd like to try proper Jamaican dog. Proper stuff. It blows your head off. Rum is insanely good, you see. Paradise Island.
Back-to-back ace-king deuce flops. And Dan opening early position, flopping top pair, top kicker. Going to be continuing here, snap fold from Matt, and we are on to the last hand, guys. Stay tuned for chip counts, chip leader. How many we got left, that will all be coming very shortly.
Indeed, indeed.
We are just going to cover the last one for the day, and then we'll get some chip counts up on screen for you, just to conclude for the day.
Cannot beat a proper nice rum, and it sounds like Antigua has got the nice rum. If we don't see you, if you're not delayed, we'll see you in Leeds. The voting is on Ali. This is the last hand, and the roundup on its way.
So Rich under the gun, just limps in with the 8-7 suited last hand, and Leon going to continue what he's been doing. Even the last hand he's getting involved. Oh, he's going to overlimp, not going to come in for the race. Huge smile on his face. He's obviously more than happy with how many he's going to bag up no matter what happens this hand. Matt here in the small got an easy complete for an extra 500, and Dan just chooses to check his option with the king 10.
4 to the flop for the last hand. Ace 10 queen.
So Matt flopping the best of it. Does check.
Check. Here it comes from the turn.
That's an interesting card because gives Leon second pair and flush draw. It's actually Dan that's going to come in for the bet here with his king 10. Leon not going to be going anywhere, and this is a bit of an awkward spot for Matt here now. Still going to overcall, getting 4.5 to 1 in his money. But can't love his life here with just an ace. Hey, he's raised. And, we're going to find out where we are raised.
Dan's got to get out of the way, hasn't he?
Well, 4k to win 15, 3.75 to 1.
Dan calls.
And Leon now has an easy call tower with this flush draw.
Yeah.
4.75 to 1 on his money.
Could be an insanely big pot to finish with.
But well, if it comes to Jack of Clubs, that's only the real action card on the river. Or the Ace of Clubs, perhaps.
Well, not the 3 of diamonds.
Not the 3 of
Shuffle
diamonds.
that one back in.
And now Matt's got to
Do
check
it again.
now. And this should just check through.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, we'll be very surprised. Oh wow. Is Dan going to go for it? Is he going to go for it last hand of the day? Is he thinking, right, just back up my 60k, or I'll run a little bluff here, try and get a little bit more? He checks.
He checks.
And Leon is going to check as well. And that is that, guys. It's been a great day here, 1A in Coventry. Been a really, really good turnout.
It has indeed. They, as you can see right there, 168 entries.
Oh wow, Paul Fisher is the chip leader, mini main champion in Manchester. He bags up the chip lead, 207k.
That is delicious.
Yeah, Mitch Johnson in the mix, 128.
What about the trotter?
Yeah, Paul Trotter's back with a hefty stack himself.
Andy wants a bit of TV. That's most walking he's done in the last 10 hours.
Matt Davenport, we saw on our featured table at the end. Jamie Nix, 57k, our sponsored pro. He's in the mix as well. Kevin Charalambus up there in the National League. He's also bagged up for tomorrow. We have 38 players making it through, guys.
Well done to Jessica as well, 109,000. Just check all the chip counts there. If you're thinking about how many's good for day 2, how many's good for day 2, Jay? Any. Because if you're not in it, you can't win it.
That's exactly right. But it's been great, guys. Thanks for you lot tuning in the chat boxes, keeping us entertained as always. Don't forget, tomorrow if you are coming to play, it starts in the club at 12 p.m. We're going to be back on the live stream from 12:30. We will see you all then.
We'll see you all then. Thanks for tuning in.
Cheers, guys.
See you tomorrow.